start to proceed the day. We will follow once again our agenda. We'll have Iqaluit come up first to the table. The northern village of Iqaluit. As they get ready, you can shut your cell phone's volume off, ringer off, please. Like all speakers, say who you are and who you represent before you proceed. The floor is open when you want to proceed. Thank you. I feel like I'm at a trial here. Iqaluit. I also go on CBC Radio to do the community report from there. I am the mayor of Iqaluit and also on the Hunters and Trappers Association. I'm the chairman. We will first state who we are. Thank you. Fellow Inuit, first, thank God to be in Nunavut, to see you. Adame Aliku from Iqaluit and the Wildlife Association. Thank you. Thank you. We don't quite have the same dialects, but we do understand each other. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm from Iqaluit. I have been on the council for a long time. Thank you. I can be here. I will speak when I have to. Thank you. You didn't state your name? Eli Audlaluk. Thank you. Proceed. Iqaluit, Lucy Aluki, I'm on the local town council. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you. Thank you. I think you guys say Hamlets over here. That's who we're representing. We don't have too much to add. Where we share Nottingham Island and the other island he mentioned, I didn't get the name there, that we share jurisdiction on those islands from time immemorial. The Inuit have used those Iqaluit, Sadluit, Inuit. Just to restate that these have been our walrus hunting grounds, and from We used to have a lot of walrus before I was born, but they have left further down to the islands. So we head down to the islands to hunt walrus. And that those islands that we know, that we use, we have no problem. Sometimes we want to be notified too when they're going to be hunted at. We would like, we can claim those islands as our own, and through agreements with the government, we have claimed jurisdiction and negotiated, and we have done that. We would like notification. We want no mineral activity on those islands. They are the homes of wildlife that there are hunting grounds, and we collect down from ducks, and that we claim these islands for your information. And to the Planning Commission, I will use an example. Back, we had COVID and everything stopped around the world, even in Inuit country. The flow of goods from the south was affected and slowed right down. Everything was affected. We felt it. I hope you realize the world will affect us, and that we have to be ready. And we hear water issues around the world, droughts happening, and that we've been told that a lot of Iqaluit will come to our communities. I'm still expecting an influx of people in our communities. Or our communities, we have to protect them too, but we don't know the future, that we will get an influx of people someday, that we have to be ready for that. The happenings around the world that we see, not just for our communities, we have to look beyond our communities and be aware. This is what I want to say. This will be my comments for now. Our delegation, if they wish to speak, will speak as well. Atami? Proceed. Atami Aliko, Manager, Iqaluit Hunters and Trappers Association. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. And the commissioners here, you guys are well prepared. We're glad to be here. We see you as brothers and kin, even though we don't speak the same dialect, we're eating the same food. And that's how we are. our parents used to go to all these islands that we see, and they used to meet on those islands. Once they started getting boats that they used to use, I'm glad for your planning process that I want that Inuit work together and that we have to do it in that way. We won't try to be, we have to be accommodating our life up here, our culture. There is a lot of outsiders in the world out there. As Inuits, our language, our food source is precious, and we share that with you, our parents. They helped us, and that we too will have descendants when we're gone. I want to welcome you to Iqaluit if you ever come. There's a lot of food source. We don't have quotas in our community. With Inuit customs, we don't really have outside influence in our community. When the Western science doesn't match the Inuit knowledge, I also want to state our youngest member here, and I liked what he said, that the older generation from our community, we will welcome them, no matter who they are, with food and whatever items that when we come. Thank you for your comments. And in conclusion, the islands that should have no mineral activity on them to be protected. As Inuit, we look for, we don't want any, we would like it to be a protected area, even if it's a park. We want to protect our food source as Inuit customs. This is a shared jurisdiction that Inuit control. The rocks are okay, but they're not better than the land. And I defend land from mining. Their communities get ruined by mining. The water is affected. I don't wish that on any community. If we protect those islands, that there be no exploration, and that they are a secure food source that we need to protect. That's my comments. I love the freedom of speech. Thank you. Thank you. Proceed. Thank you. I won't be saying too much. They said most of what we need to say. We go walrus hunting to Tujat, Tuja and Iqaluit, the two islands. I've gone on trips many times to those islands. I haven't gone in a while, maybe because I'm an elder now. But what I heard, I believe that I ilay aunaluk Iqaluit. We want protection as they are our hunting grounds as Inuit. And I just want to note what I heard is true, and that we don't want any exploration on those islands. Ships are a concern too, that we never hear, or when we see the ships, when you see their films, they're close to the islands. It could be various animals that they approach very close. The ships, the cruise ships, are a concern to protect the islands, that they don't come too close to the island. I was a member Marine Management Committee. Charlie Anga was also a member.
Impact Review Board.
It was the Nunavik Impact Review Board work that the committee we had. It had external members from Nunavut there, and we try to protect Nunavut hunting grounds as well, that they aren't affected and protected. We're grateful to you for the discussions we're hearing. Yesterday, I really wanted to comment about caribou. I had to bite my tongue yesterday. Can I speak about caribou, Mr. Chairman? Proceed, okay? Our caribou herds are different in northern Quebec, and your caribou in Nunavut are different herds. Your caribou are beautiful up here. Our caribou are skinnier and bigger. In our community, I caught a caribou. It wasn't too big in our community. I saw it wasn't part of our herd. There is a difference in the herds that migrate around northern Quebec. We're trying to understand their patterns about caribou. On the islands, Nottingham Island, Manso Island, those also have caribou. Can we get caribou if there's caribou there? And there has been caribou there. That's part of, can we catch caribou there? It's something we'd like to know. Whether there's been done any research on the island for caribou. Thank you. We protect the hunters and their rights, and that we need to set as a priority. Thank you. Thank you. Sharon? Sharon's going to add a comment. And then Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. Sharon Halawak, Executive Director with the Planning Commission. With regards to the question on the hunting rights, I can't really comment on that, but you do have equal rights as outlined in Article 40 and Article 41 on the transboundary areas. So I think I would defer to possibly NTI or Makavik to give further clarification on the hunting agreements that are in place for the transboundary areas and equal use and occupancy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Solomon wants to comment. Thank you. Thank you for the question. We mentioned it that there is an agreement, Article 40, for those external Inuit outside of Nunavut. They have rights to hunt in Nunavut. They can hunt in Nunavut as per the agreements. You're free to come into Nunavut and hunt. You are our fellow Inuit. That is the way the agreement is spelled. Thank you. Thank you for the clarity. Are you done? The young one on the end? Lisa Aliku from the Hunters and Trappers. I wanted to ask, I was thinking too, can we hunt caribou at Coates Island? That's good to hear. We can hunt anywhere in Nunavut. Thank you. Thank you. That will go through the same process, staff. Oh, one more comment. Proceed. Thank you. I wanted to add, we are walrus hunters to the islands, to Tujat, Iqaluit. We have seen in the past the walrus, baby walrus, are taken. Why that they have a zoo? They take baby walrus that was captured from there. We don't want any kind of activity like that happening to our wildlife. That zoos are not acceptable, that you call zoos, and that I oppose any capture of wildlife. When I see them in zoos, I feel sorry for animals in those zoos that come from our community. To see them captured like that is something we need to prevent from happening. It's not right. You probably feel the same way. That was something I wanted to mention. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Staff from around the table, Ben. Thank you. Ben Kovic, Amarok Hunters and Trappers Association. I have been dealing in wildlife issues and management. The questions about the right of being able to hunt on island. Through the land claims, there is an equal use and occupancy section that we share these resources, and those outside the agreement, you mentioned Coates Island, it's not part of the equal use occupancy agreement. So up Baffin Island near Kingite, if you tried to go hunting, that you wouldn't be able to hop. The agreement that I understand, unless someone else, maybe at NTI, can explain the hunting issue, it's not totally open. And the question about capturing for zoo purposes in Nunavut, from what I understand, I don't know if it's that it's closed to capture animals for zoo purposes like that, but bear cubs that don't have a mother or father looking after them, you can determine what to do with that little bear. That's the only freedom we have on bears. For example, if you try to capture a baby walrus on a haul-out, you cannot do that in Nunavut. You would only be able to do that if you, through the Nunavut government and through the wildlife boards and through fisheries and oceans, you would have to seek agreements for capturing for those purposes. That's what I wanted to clarify. I'm not trying to limit your rights, but maybe our government, Makivik, or other organizations that can clarify. But I don't know if they do that in Quebec or Ontario and Newfoundland. If they do that, maybe that might be why they're not Nunavut. That probably could happen too, that we don't see. I recall that. We were never notified, and they would take bear cubs from the provinces. We have a different setting today, and we have a Nunavut agreement, and the boards that manage the resources within the agreements that are spelled out. But to mention the islands that you mentioned, we don't want. It was mentioned yesterday. Their limited use, no mineral exploration, no drilling, no work in that area for those islands. That's probably that the commission, maybe that you mentioned it for those islands that we have equal use and occupancy agreements, that they want it protected to not be approached, protected sites, that we would like maybe Jonathan could speak with you during coffee as to how that could be done. I'm trying to support what you're saying, and I want to say that I support you as well. And those islands have to be managed and protected from Nunavut and Nunavik, as we both use those islands, that we have to protect them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I didn't hear a question. Just to note, the lands identified, Makivik and NTI might be better agencies to answer those questions outside of our jurisdiction. Thank you. Jitaluk. Thank you. Good morning. Guests from Northern Quebec, Nunavik, from Amarok, Hunters and Trappers. I call myself the elder. I sometimes there to make quorum. I'm grateful the community votes me to represent them, and that is what I've been doing, and I do speak on their behalf. Sometimes it seems I shouldn't be speaking, but I do want to speak. Thank you. When we're talking about land, on the main Baffin land, perhaps in the future, that minerals and animals that we know that there's interest. There's a place near Pangnikto that I just state there's lots of mineral that I'm not afraid. I feel that, and from when I was young, I used to live past Pangnikto, a really isolated area, but I state that the police had a boat, the medical services had boats. Today, the water, you can reach it in a day. That nobody seems to know it. We were hidden from everybody. Down there, we had a baby bear taken. There was someone that wanted a bear. Kinniviksayak area. The baby bear was going to be taken to Pangniktok. We had no idea where that went, but it probably went to a zoo that adopt animals. We hear of such places, and sometimes, like I said, I help make quorum at meetings. I'm grateful when I want to ask things that they haven't mentioned, to pull and extract information from them. And I'm happy like that, but our ears aren't enough. We seem to be in a canon here, and different dialects going around the room, that we're gathered, we don't understand each other. The sound is hard to hear from Nunavut to Nunavik. For the soul, that they talk about preachers come from here that speak to go down there and breathe easily. That I envy that, and not only that, but the desires of meetings, trying to explain things to us. I understand these situations now. We feel that. To go back, the economy, the movement of money, we never knew was going to be a big item in our lives, that we are financially dealing with things today about money. I just wanted to mention that. And I said that I helped to make quorum at meetings. I don't have an agenda, so, but it's okay. In part, I don't overheat when I speak now. I used to really sweat when I spoke, but I find comments that I make seem very real, but maybe they're not understandable to you as I'm speaking. That guy is speaking. I don't know what he's saying, but thank you for the guests that are here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Johnny. Thank you, Chair Johnny Mike, HTO Pangyaktok. I am in similar situation, only I'm out of Pangyaktok. Over the past years, I have been in politics for some time, representing my community and during land claims negotiations. It was very hard to go through the process. The land selection problem related to land was tedious. And through the experience, and as I said here, I reflect back to the time we did some work during negotiations and for the good of our people, good for Baffin Island wildlife and the chair. And Solomon spoke on Article 40. South Baffin, probably Kingay, Kimeot, Iqaluit. And they were so close to Nunavik, have very good understanding what you have on Iqaluit, Manso Island, Salisbury Island, and during negotiations to Makivik, the islands are joint management between us. regarding wildlife and other related to the land. And during negotiations, Article 40 contains and relates to wildlife, land, islands, were a hot topic at the time. Discussions were passionate. We negotiated, especially on behalf of South Baffin, Kingate, Kimirut, Iqaluit, were most vocal when it comes to shared joint lands, although we base our negotiation on Inuit tradition, culture, working relationship, although it was that. So I just want to mention that number 40 should be brought to the attention of Makivik and NTI, other and both levels of government. It has been agreed upon by Inuit. I just wanted to clarify what item number 40 is. It has to be clarified to both parties to see what it really means. I just wanted to briefly mention Coates Island. It is under the jurisdiction of Iqaluit community, and most of you probably have been to that area, and you probably have proper knowledge of that area being so close proximity to the island. Thank you, Chair. Same. It's not a question, it's a general comment. Is there any more questions to the table? Jitalu. Thank you, Chair. Just briefly to mention to the islands, I have omitted to say what I wanted to say. For those of us who are Nunavut and Nunavik Mute, have a joint management of these islands. We have that knowledge, and each of us are claiming these areas, and there has been some discussions in the past, and I have took part in discussions in these islands when it comes to polar bears. And from that time, I understood this. During the discussions on these joint island Nunavik delegation, were also concerns about polar bears on these islands, and they say that Coates Island is also part of Nunavik joint management. And Nunavik delegation mentioned that most of their polar bear hunting are taking place in Coates Island. And despite these jurisdiction differences, as Inuit, we should have no concerns about whose jurisdiction it is. Thank you. This is a general comment, not a question. Paul? Thank you, Chair. Paul Quasha, City of Iqaluit. A question to the table, and generally to NPC, more or less. The islands in discussion, if you have shown in the map, and we are discussing these land masses now. I know, I should know. I've been sitting here for a few days listening to the discussions. the islands in questions, how do you categorize land, limited use? Could someone from NPC categorize this to us for clarification? And John will turn the page to proper map.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. We'll shortly bring, there we go, map A up on the screen. As we noted in the presentation on day one, the areas of equal use and occupancy have generally been identified as valued components in the 2021 draft plan. And it's important to note that in previous versions of the draft plan, these areas were included as the equivalent of limited use based on the feedback from communities both in Nunavut and Nunavik. However, there were significant concerns raised by Makivik and Nunavut-Tungavik Incorporated, along with the Kikitani Inuit Association, that this would that this was unnecessarily restrictive and could impede other activities from proceeding in these areas. So the Commission followed this updated recommendation from the representative Inuit associations to remove the prohibitions in these areas. However, this version of the draft plan does include some overlapping designations in these areas. For example, both islands are identified as polar bear denning in their entirety. So this is a conditional use designation with seasonal requirements for activities that would disturb the earth or snow. In addition, there are some identified walrus haulouts within the areas of equal use and occupancy that are designated limited use. And further to the south in the area north of Sanikiluaq, we also have some walrus haulouts as well as key migratory bird habitat sites designated as limited use, along with some conditional use designations for community on-ice travel routes. So there's a mixture of approaches in these areas, and again, the limited use designation that applied in previous drafts to the entirety of the areas has been removed to largely replace it with a mixed use with a valued component identification on the basis of recommendations from Makivik and Nunavut-Tungavik. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, proceed. Thank you, Chair. Paul Kwasiak, City of Iqaluit. And Nunavik delegation have concerns on these islands. I know how valuable they are to your territory as well. We are pretty much concerned, and it was mentioned time and time again, that these should be restricted, limited use area where explorations would not be allowed. And this should be the case where no exploration should ever take place, and this is the concerns of both jurisdictions. We know the land is very fragile, as mentioned, and I'm in full support of Nunavik delegations on your concerns. Thank you. I don't think we have any more questions from the table. Is there questions from Nunavik delegation? I don't have a question, and okay to Inukchuak. I am a member of HTO in our community. To my recollection, and from Nunavut, Broughton Island, Pangnaktok, they were the times when missionaries were coming from your region, and we welcome wholeheartedly, and they were welcome even as to become local harvesters. And when Makivik, and we are members of that organization, when they started their holidays, and they were then, when they came back under new rules, that they were no longer allowed to hunt anymore. And these people were going through hardships at times. It's not a question for a long time. They moved back to Nunavut and living under Nunavut jurisdiction, harvesting-wise. Just a comment. It's not related to what Nunavut Planning is holding these proceedings for. You can discuss your concerns with anyone whom to speak with. It's not part of any questions related to the table. Appears none. Registered participants. Appears none. General public, Iqaluit public. Appears none. Thank you. Give them a hand, please. We're taking 15-minute break. What? Iqaluit, if you're ready, please come to the table. As always, state your name, your organization, and community, please. Whenever you're ready. Thank you. Adami Mavik, Municipality Councilor, Iqaluit Regional Board, where I sat. I have a short presentation. My colleagues will have more to say, just briefly. And
the ones leading up to the land use plan, the Nunavut and Nunavik islands that we share, and they have English names. We know you're doing a land use plan and you're dealing with maps. We'd like the traditional names. The islands are noted in English. There's 2 islands that Sakaya and Qikiqtasuit in Inuktitut. Dick Island in English and Nottingham Island, Tujat. The names of the island need to be identified between Nunavut and Nunavik, that they shouldn't just have English names to the islands, and that in the old days of sailing they used to name islands, so they've named a lot of these islands English names. When they have Inuktitut names, should be brought back, that we're talking about. This is another comment that Tesiu Yakjuak and Inuktitut Nunavut and Nunavik, Hudson Bay. There is currently no oil drilling in Hudson Bay. When the oil and gas industry, they can drill basically anywhere in the ocean, and these are important waters in Hudson Bay. Near Iqaluit is the closest to the former or Auk Islands eggs off the coast of Iqaluit, 20 minutes from our community by canoe. We worry about cruise ships. The tourist ships that visit the islands, looking at the wildlife. July, August, September, open water, their season. We don't want disturbance when they're nesting. They will flee in fear, so we want them protected. There's a lot of ox on those islands. Oil and gas currently is not being explored, but if it were to open, that we have to understand that we've done research at Iqaluit and the work that they're doing in gathering traditional knowledge, and also in Nunavut along Baffin Island coast on the islands. Those two are seabirds colonies. That was my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. You can add if you wish. Thank you. Lekababok Iqaluit from the Hunters and Trappers Association chairperson. Thank you to you. We feel very welcomed. Good to see fellow Inuit. And we feel the same way when you come to our communities. You're totally just as welcome. When we talk about Tugjat, Nottingham Island, for Iqaluit, that's a major hunting ground for us. And our ancestors have also used this site. We want it protected. We don't want to misuse those islands. That I first wanted to note. And we want our grandchildren and beyond to be able to enjoy those resources. We gathered down as well on those islands, and we gather to the different islands. My partner too will also speak. I'm passing it over to him. Thank you. You too, state your name and organization. Thank you. We have a population of 449. I grew up there. I have been appointed as on Hunters and Trappers Association. When I speak about Nottingham Island, Tugjat, that I don't want my cameras put up on walrus haulouts. We saw a camera that was put up. There was nothing there. They didn't go there. They were scared of the camera, a research camera on the walrus haulouts disturbance. That's their home, and it wasn't good to see that the walrus were not happy with the camera. The walrus did not haul out for a whole 30 days on the island. Tugjat, for 100 years and more, we've been using it. We are the closest community to the island. Tugjat has 3 currents. In 1997, when we were down there, we were hit by a tsunami. We lost a bit of our stuff. We had to try and survive. The current, there are tsunami. There was another one last year at Tugjat. 1997, I saw also last year that there had been a tsunami there due to the high current that the island is in. And we are at the major point of northern Quebec. There's lots of current around our community, and he mentioned that the bird colonies are affected by birds, by planes. They nest in the spring. The shipping route is also straight through there, that they should try and stay as far away from the islands as possible, especially in July. Once the damming started, it affected our wildlife, airplanes, boats, their feeding grounds have been affected. The bird colonies were also affected. They have been affected. They're not as fat as they used to be. We are affected even though we're quite distant from the locations of the dams. And also 45-gallon 21 drums were spilled, where it's full of wildlife in our inlet. When there was a spill, it would be good to see the effect of the spill on the local bottom-dwelling fish, kanayuks, sculpins. They could smell like fuel. It was a spill 5 years ago. And the spill, I was out 6 miles. I could smell the fuel from the spill in Iqaluit by Hydro-Quebec. Thank you for the opportunity to come here. We are well looked after. Thank you. And thank you also to my colleagues here. Thank you. Do you want to add more? Go ahead. Alekababaw, Iqaluit, Hunters and Trappers Chairperson. The islands that we hunt at, if the caribou, if there's caribou there, it could be a location for caribou to Jad and Iqaluit. I just note that it would change, that we hunt down there, and thank you. Thank you. And a reminder, we're here to listen, ask the Commission. The comments, you might seem you're just doing a verbal presentation, but we will consider it in our deliberations. like Western science and knowledge. We too, Inuit, have our own traditional knowledge that we include. Thank you. I just wanted to note that. Questions around the table? Question over here? Thank you. Adami Nuna, Hunters and Trappers Association Chairperson from Kingite. Thank you. When you talk about caribou, we too would like caribou planted on those islands. Thank you. I support you. When we talk about counting bears, those 3 islands, they have a lot of wildlife, caribou, and that there's ample food for caribou on those islands. I support you that I too would like caribou planted on those islands. Thank you. Thank you. Questions? Solomon? Thank you. Thank you for their presence too from Northern Quebec. Solomon Alba, Iqaluit City Council, Mayor. I spoke a few days ago to welcome. I also welcome you once again to the city of Iqaluit. We're glad you're here. My chairman wanted me to remind you to welcome you to Iqaluit. And we know that our fellow Nunavummiut too are welcoming us well. I want to show our support in Nunavut that there's an organization, Inuit Heritage Trust. There's an organization in Nunavut that they're collecting names of places, traditional place names, and through the computer you can access these sites with Inuktitut names. Perhaps maybe they can speak to you guys regarding the names of the islands you mentioned. Thank you. Thank you. What's that comment? Proceed. I just want to state that we are close to Nunavut. We feel welcome at our community as well. If you want to come and visit to Iqaluit, just wanted to state that. Thank you. Thank you. I have no names. Nunavik. To the report. Any questions? Hearing none. Oh, there's a sorry about that. You can speak after him. You mentioned ships. John Kasadlok from Inukjuak. Not really a question but I did mention it to our Makivik representative for food for thought. The ship routes that go through the various places that go through, you can see through the satellite the movement of ships, and you can follow them online to see where they are. That there is data where and when they're going, so we can monitor Nunavik and Nunavut and check the islands and their travels. This will help monitor what is happening around the island. I just wanted to mention that. Thank you. Proceed. Me. Thank you. Mr. Chairman. Ile angiyok akulibik. When we talk about caribou, I would like to see caribou planted on the islands. There's lots of food source for caribou. There's been caribou there before. We used to hunt caribou on the islands, but they seem to have left the island on one of the caribou no longer are on the island. If perhaps that we would like to see caribou back at those islands, that it would be a worthy project to plant caribou. The smaller caribou are better, Nunavut caribou are better. Thank you. Thank you. A comment? Questions to the
QWB. Thank you. The reported observation about cameras causing disturbance to walrus. We're trying to compile information like that because research in Nunavut is a activity that potentially could be restricted. So I'd ask the Northern Quebec communities to provide the QWB with more information on such observations. That's my question or request to Northern Quebec communities. The other thing, QWB is working with QIA to develop a joint presentation on marine waters. And if Northern Quebec, there are proposals existing for year-round ship traffic through Hudson Strait. And if Northern Quebec communities could send us any areas or concerns that they may have for year-round shipping, that would be winter as well, through Hudson Strait area, it would be very helpful to the QWB. So those are my requests to the Northern Quebec communities. PNME.
Thank you. Policy. to conduct, to judge. I have been going to the island for pretty much over 40 years. And as mentioned earlier, the cameras on the shores were so much of a problem to the mammals. And as the community at Iqaluit HCO, we were quite upset with these researches going on without our knowledge. Planting tripods of these cameras were troublesome to the walrus herd. We do not want any more of this activity near the walrus haulouts, and many are doing researches without proper consultation. Ali Kababo Iqaluit, HCO Chair. His response, I think, was the work of Nunavut Company, Nunavut Organization, and they have undermined Nunavik authorities under joint management agreement that there were no consultation in relations to the research camera. And aside from that, caribou count and the caribou count is ongoing project in Nunavut. And the recordings, the proceedings of these programs are sort of confidential. We don't normally know what the results are of these projects. So when you do your caribou count, and the answer from people doing these projects are always saying caribou is decreasing in numbers. I just wanted to clarify. Mike asked you a question. He was looking for a working relationship with your organization, with the research cameras that were mentioned. And you can talk to him. You can talk to him in private, and that was his concern when he asked a question to you. Appears none. Public. Appears none. Thank you. Give them a hand. We have next on the agenda Iqaluit. As always, state your name, your organization. Please proceed whenever you're ready. Adami Iqaluit HTO Chair. And we do our hunting to these islands mentioned for walruses. And we like to continue this tradition where we do our walrus hunting from Iqaluit. We travel to these islands to do harvesting, and the herd in these islands are very healthy. It has been our tradition for a long time to utilize these islands for harvesting purposes. Johnny Iqaluit. I belong to the organization. I'm a member of Municipal Council. Thank you for the invitation. We feel welcome in Iqaluit, and thank you for Nunavut for inviting us to the proceedings. I haven't much to say, and the discussions throughout the morning has been concentrating on these islands. Our forefathers, including my father, who had a peterhead, and my grandfather as well, he also had a peterhead vessel. And he traveled a lot to these two islands to harvest wildlife. As a youngster, I was part of the hunting party many times when they go and hunt walruses. We still hunt today, and many of you might know my father. His name was Iqaluit from Iqaluit. He have traveled considerably to distances, even to Iqaluit. Used to travel here as well by peterhead coming in from Iqaluit. He's a mariner, hunter, harvester, and he hunted considerably to these two islands. And he hunted a lot of walrus. It was his lifestyle. And he never said these islands belong to this jurisdiction or to us. There were no differences. He did not differentiate these islands belonging to certain jurisdiction. It's just now that this jurisdiction has been applied by two parties. For instance, my father, who have traveled a great deal, and he have gone through many communities and never have any claim to any land. And he looked at this land as his hunting grounds, and he traveled to where he pleased. And he never differentiated who was the jurisdiction of these lands, and it's a good custom as we should practice it today. And we could work on joint management peacefully on these two islands. Every year we come to these islands to harvest mammals. Walrus species are a major source of our community, especially now during spring. We have seen harvesters from Iqaluit coming in from Nunavut. We used to meet them. I have relatives in this part of in Kingate, Kimberong-Mute. I have some relatives in Forest Kiwalek. They're scattered all over the place. We are in unity. I do not recognize jurisdictions. I just wanted to briefly mention that these islands are important to us. It's a Western custom that we are divided jurisdiction. You stay off my side of the fence and you mind this boundary. And because of this idea, there are conflicts even right now in Ukraine and Russia because of jurisdictional problems, claiming this land is mine. So I just wanted to briefly that I don't want to be in situation with my fellow Inuit. We are, according to today's modern society, we are from different jurisdictions, but this is not the case with us. Thank you. You are always welcome to our land as you have welcomed us. Thank you. Thank you. Comments, please. Adam Iqaluit, Iqaluit Landholding Association. I'm the chair, and I have been asked by this delegation to participate, and you are welcoming to our delegation. Thank you. My grandfather from our area were transported to Iqaluit and dropped off to the shore. And from there they utilized these two islands during the Great War. They used to live on these islands. From Iqaluit, I travel to these islands, and I travel considerably through Nunavik due to many relatives. Tujak is important land piece to us. We hunt there, we harvest walrus, we fish. The only lacking mammal is caribou, where they used to be, now all have gone. And we are in full support, and for the past 20 years that some caribou should be implanted there to produce population. And that is our desire, that caribou can survive there. And it's a good place for caribou feeding and as habitat, as where we used to hunt caribou in the past. Our immediate vicinity don't have too many islands, perhaps 5. And these 2 islands are our hunting, harvesting areas: polar bear, seal, fish, whale. They're all plentiful there on these islands. This is why we harvest and travel there. And we want to be recognized that we use these islands and would like to continue to do so. We like to be full party as a joint management of these lands. Thank you. Thank you, Adami Noryoak Iqaluit, HTO Secretary Manager. Hunting, Fishing, Trapping Association, Nunavik Wildlife Regional Board. I am part of this group. And I have been in many departments to this organization as part of a staff who work in many different areas, and manager to HTO. Tami Kaitak has been our chair, so I'm their secretary manager to HTO. Additional comments? It has becoming very easy to travel in all modes of transportation. The distance don't really mean anything anymore. And we don't want any disturbances that could be harmful to wildlife, because we still travel to Nunavut and we cross the strait to do hunting sources. And restrictions by boundaries is inconvenient. This shouldn't be the case, especially with our fellow Inuit, regardless of which jurisdiction they are from. And this should be the case in the future. Cohesive joint management. Adami Kaitak for the record. Any question from the staff? Thank you, Chair Johnny Mike Pagnaktok, HTO. I'm not a chair, just a regular member to the organization. You have mentioned beluga whales. And it's always a topic when we talk of marine mammals. I know it's a concern when it comes to beluga, and especially when there are restrictions imposed. So for Pagnaktok, more than once, and I keep explaining and that there are different species of beluga whales. Some are larger, some smaller. And I think your population is smaller of the whales. I'm not quite sure. Once perhaps we'll be notified which species you harvest down in your area. And for those of us who are from Nunavut HTOs, we are aware that belugas are very mobile, and sometimes it's confusing what species that we are harvesting from. So it comes to my mind when you mentioned that belugas in that part of the islands. I want to know how your population is in Iqaluit area, and planning process is taken into consideration where the wildlife habitats are, although you are in different jurisdiction, but still part of the planning process. Narwhals are becoming abundant everywhere. I don't know if my comment is clear. I'm saying that you have different species as well where you are. You may answer, or perhaps you may not. It's outside of our planning process. I'll take it as a general comment. Thank you. There used to be buildings in these islands during World War II. It has been cleaned up since from these buildings, and they will be demolished. And if you want to set up safety huts in that area, so we like to see on these islands, on either island, where they could be cabins set up for safety purposes. Thank you. I will take it as general comment. It's nothing related to our land use planning process. NTI and Makivik perhaps can do something about this. Both of their managers, presidents are here at this particular meeting this morning, but it's what you request is not related to land use planning, Charlie. Thank you, Chair Charlie Akibak Kimirut, HTO Councillor. I have a question to the delegations at the table, and I wanted to ask questions to presenters previous to you, so I'll ask now to you. Our morning discussions, the two islands, you have mentioned that they used to be full of caribou. What would be the cause of the disappearance? Perhaps caribou food source has depleted, and what is it? Perhaps they cross over to other mainland through the ice barrier. How could we understand? How could we understand? Who would know why the caribou have disappeared on these islands? Charlie, this is a general comment. It's not part of land use planning process. I don't think it can be answered right now. And there are other organizations responsible for what you have asked. I just wanted to say I could not keep quiet, and so I'm going to ask what I really to know. And just from the past, what I heard about belugas, do you have any knowledge of how many whales you have, and Nunavut whale population? And there are different species. You can tell just by looking at the body shape of the whales. I believe your comments, and you have mentioned that many of your people were mariners, and the island, one of the islands is part of Nunavut, and many people have utilized these areas as well. And if I could hear properly, that utilizes as well. So I'm just generally speaking to what you have presented. And it may not concern us in many areas, but we are here just having a general discussion with joint management of this land. I'll take this as general comment, not a question. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, delegation, for your presentation to Nunavut Planning Commission. And perhaps I can direct this to the commissioners of Nunavut Planning Commission. Caribou has been much of a discussion over the days. Perhaps Commission can create a task where it could specifically look at the caribou herd. I think we can ask the Nunavut Planning Commission, who can specifically listen to what the caribou population is through Makivik and other organizations in Nunavut, who can do a joint management to get clarification to see what the real population is of caribou. This appears to be an important topic in Nunavut planning process. Sharon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Solomon, for your comments. So the Commission responsibility with this regards is to look at the submissions and the evidence that's provided. In saying that, so the Government of Nunavut, Northern Quebec, the Inuit organizations, or others that want to provide the data on the caribou, the Commission accepts all the data, as well as the QWB and the other regional wildlife boards. There is an opportunity under the Nunavut General Monitoring Program for anyone that wants to apply to do research. And the Nunavut General Monitoring Program is led by the Nunavut Planning Commission, Nunavut Tungavik, the Government of Canada, and the Government of Nunavut. And that is also a program there to enhance the data sets for the Nunavut Land Use Plan. So there may be an opportunity to look at a proposal under the Nunavut General Monitoring Program for joint management if Northern Quebec, Makivik, or the the Kikitani Inuit Association, if they were interested in doing that. I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, and the Chair has asked me for further clarification under the Commission's jurisdiction. The Commission does not have jurisdiction as to whether or not caribou can be relocated and populated on the islands. That would be under the mandate of other organizations. However, all the organizations are here and listening, and when they do their presentations, hopefully they could possibly comment on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Solomon. Thank you, Solomon Abba, City of Iqaluit Mayor. Thank you, Sharon, for the response. We know that regarding this issue that we're talking about, perhaps not now, and if you don't answer me, maybe at coffee break, the Sanikilok 2, would it be like that? Next. Thank you. Adami, the comments from Cape Dorset. I just want to comment regarding the islands we're talking about this morning. Those were used by our ancestor, my grandfather, from Kingite. We haven't gone down that way as they don't have caribou anymore. I'm sure if there was caribou, we would be going down there to hunt caribou as well. It would be nice to have caribou planted on those islands. My grandfather used to go walrus hunting there, Iqaluit and Tujat. Dog food was when they used to go walrus hunting over to that area, and they would meet Inuit from other regions having games and stories that we used to hear at the islands. If there was caribou, we would be going to those islands as the descendants. We aren't using those islands as much as our ancestors. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. It wasn't a question. I have no more names. Proceed. Thank you. George Iqaluit. From a long time ago, Inuit know places of wildlife abundance, and our parents, our grandparents have long, we didn't know there was caribou. Our ancestors, there was a caribou spotted in the 1980s, but my grandfather used to know there was caribou on those islands. He used to say that his grandmother, when they would travel there on the sea ice, that the caribou are laying on the sea ice. There was lots of caribou. They'll be back, she would say. They'll be back with confidence that they'll be back. And sure enough, they were back. They seen caribou in the 1980s, 40 years ago. I'm an elder. I was an adult when I first saw caribou there. They do say they'll be back. Traditional knowledge that that's the way it's been. There'll be nothing and then there'll be caribou. It could take many years. That's how it is. This is part of Inuit Kauyama Yatukangit. it's true. It doesn't seem true at times, but makes you wonder how they knew. Thank you. Thank you. Questions from Nunavik? I wanted to ask, state your name, Adami. The one I heard about the camera that was on the Walrus Haul out, it'd be nice to find out who Nunavut or Nunavik, or whether it was an outside agency. I'd like to find out more about that. Thank you. That's not related to our work, but there are people listening that might be able to help you out, but it's not part of our work. Questions to the presentation? Nunavik? Seeing none. From the floor, you may speak. Adami Alaku Makibik Corporation. The question about the camera was put up by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. When we found out, we complained and wanted it removed. DFO had put the camera up at the Walrus Haul. It was right away felt by the walrus, so we asked the federal government to remove it. Thank you. That's clear now. From the general audience, Iqaluit, questions? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. We can proceed. We can have Makibik Corporation come up. Like all speakers, state your name and your organization. When you're ready, you can proceed.
Mark.
Thank you. We feel that we are welcomed. I'm Adami Alaku. I'm Vice President of Makibik Corporation. I'm in charge of environmental issues. Lori Bouquet is here with me, Assistant Director. She works within the departments I'm responsible for. Thank you for welcoming us. I see Charlie Angak is keenly aware of issues related to implementation and the work of communities and the voice of communities, that he wanted to make sure that the Nunavik voices were heard in the process that you're going through. We see these islands, they're part of our jurisdiction too with our agreements, and that when we claim to own islands, it really doesn't mean that much. Like your mother and your father neither of them can own you more, your mother or your father. They both own you as your parents. One parent doesn't own you more than the other parent. So when we talk about those islands, I feel the same way as want you to understand as Inuit, where we're affected in our hunting areas, in the environment, that we speak holistically. Perhaps that maybe we deal a lot with your wildlife organization too. That affects us. And from Nunavik communities, from Kidlinik to Akpatok, Kutsutok, Akudlik, Tujat, all these islands, Komutate, all the sites he mentioned, we hunt and use those islands. But when the Lord came and designated as Rupert's Land, that Quebec too was claimed, and they didn't claim any of the islands. And this is the situation we struggle with. And after that, in agreements with you, and for your land claim as well with us, and for our claim for the islands, the Nunavut Inuit Land Claims Agreement and the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement, that is where we come from, where we gain our strength, that we have to have a voice regarding the management of those islands. We have an equal use and occupancy agreement to share those islands. That I want to thank you for that. You have been very open to all aspects of the audience, and that we are grateful in Nunavik for the opportunity. Partly, we don't always think alike, and the desires of communities and to represent Inuit and the desires that Inuit want to see. We, through the work of Nunavut Tungavik, we have agreements on those islands to be open, and that we want to protect them, that we value those islands as they are food source. We gather down on those islands, we camp, we hunt walrus. As Inuit, we are open that we see the category of mixed use, that they are designated, that if anything is going to happen, that we have to be, as Inuit, open to the discussion. We value those islands, but we want economic opportunity as well, that Inuit can benefit from this opportunity. There are aspects of economic development that we have undertaken for the future generations, benefits that we do not want to tie our hands relating to those islands as an economic opportunity. There is a lot of discussion related to wildlife restrictions, As Inuit, this is our food source, that we value these animals, and for us, we are going beyond our own cultures that we've taken on. When she spoke that we welcome different people can hunt, but when we come here, we cannot hunt, and we have limited rights, and that is not the way of Inuit. This is not Inuit culture. You can't go fishing. You're not a member. We don't say that as Inuit. That's not our culture. We welcome and I push cooperation, especially through Inuit, Canada, Alaska, Iqaluit, all the way to Labrador, to Greenland, that we should be open as Inuit in terms of hunting rights, that we do not restrict other Inuit. This is a complicated issue, and it's outside of your mandate how it will be felt when we talk about maps and marine issues. And I just want to state as a member of Makivik, I'm an alternate member to the Nunavut Planning Commission. Putuli Papikatuk's position and Charlie's appointed, and we value. I have many hats at Makivik. I'm the vice president. It's part of the work. I want to push cooperation as Inuit, that we are relatives, we share the same blood, that I see this, that we become protectionists of our hunting areas, and this is a major issue when we hear things like that. It is our food source. I know it's the work of the wildlife boards. We and you were given a lot of wildlife issues to think about, and this is an ongoing concern with Inuit. We have activities that we do on the islands. I also wanted to thank you, and that we're working with you in cooperation. It's not an easy process. And to identify lands for what purpose they will have. And it can be scary. Will it change things? Will it make it better? Will it be open? Will it be closed? These are issues that during the hearings, Inuit and Nunavik Inuit are happy for the opportunity, and that we should defend Nunavut Tungavik's work. They want to work with us to benefit economically for Inuit, that we understand the economic opportunity, but the wildlife issues and protection of the environment is paramount. The waters that we're talking about, it's becoming a major route, and the ice is going sooner in the spring. The shipping will only increase in our northern waters, that the outside world will come into our waters. There's a mine too. It goes through the northern route, and they ship to China. they were the first to go through that route, and the ice breaking and the spills from the ballast water aren't mentioned when we talk and hear about Baffinland and the effects that it had on the land. We too feel that under mineral exploration and work in our communities, that is a major concern where we value islands. I'm grateful. I'm trying to be brief as possible, and that I want to work cooperatively and seek opportunities to work with Nunavut Inuit. We agree on the same issues, our environment, our waters, our wildlife, and the same issues that we face. Mother and father both own the child, and that's the way I want that understood, that we should work together, cooperate. That is my message today. Thank you for having this opportunity. Thank you. Are you going to speak?
Thank you. We will be brief. So we have offered observation and conclusion during the land use planning exercise conducted in 2017. Oh, sorry. Yes, Laurie Beaupré, Makivik Corporation. So as explained this morning during the session, the Nunavut Planning Commission at the time recommended to have the area of equal use and occupancy be placed under the protected areas category. At the time, we proposed to have these areas assigned the mixed-use designation to try and balance the various Inuit objectives and needs, present and future. So we express today our satisfaction to see that the Nunavut Planning Commission have heard our comments and proposed the valued socioeconomic component designations. We support the rationale for promoting this option 4 category, which is based on the importance of these areas for the residents, but also the latest land use management approach suggested by the landowners. This proposed designation would respond to the past and current consideration. Oh, I speak too fast. That's a classic. Thank you. This proposed designation would respond to the past and current consideration expressed by the nearby users and by the co-owners. We believe that the joint management regime devolved to Makivik and NTI in their land claim agreements offers the level of conservation to maintain the sustainabilities of these areas. Although this management regime is not yet established by NTI and Makivik, this designation of valued socioeconomic component would be compatible with its establishment. And we want to say that Makivik remains committed to working toward this establishment of the joint management regime. McCormick.
Thank you. Thank you. As it's our procedure, we will have our staff ask questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you to the representatives for your presentation. We understand the position of Makivik regarding preferred mixed-use designation with a valued component identification for the areas generally. Can you provide any comments on some of the designations that have been included in the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, including the polar bear denning areas as conditional use areas, the walrus haulouts within the areas of equal use and occupancy as limited use designation, and I believe one contaminated site as well. So there are some overlapping designations with these areas as shown on Map A, and we're just curious if you have any comments on those that have been included. Thank you.
Thank you. Admi Aleko Makivik, your questions. We don't have much saying on this, although it's quite well with us. It has a lot of wildlife. Whatever the conditions may be imposed on that, we're not pretty much, we don't have much say on it. We don't really have much to say to Nunavut Planning Commission. We know these islands will be well protected by conservation-minded organizations. We don't want too many conditions, and we still go with mixed-use conditions. We just don't want this category to be ongoing. We know that islands provide and sustain harvesting, and for instance cell phones and other technologies, as they are used by the world, and prospecting by rare earth. We are pretty much against that, because we need to have wildlife protection, and if we can have amending formula in the future, we don't pretty much mind the category it's put in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you for your response to that question. I have another question on the management regime for the areas of equal use and occupancy. You indicated that there's a commitment to establishing a management regime between both Nunavut Tungavik and Makivik, I presume, on the Inuit-owned lands in particular in the area. But I would note that under the Nunavut Agreement, the current management approach for these areas of equal use and occupancy was intended to be a temporary measure until the conclusion of a Nunavik land claim agreement as well. However, in 2007, when the Nunavik agreement was finalized, that management structure was not adjusted with the finalization of that agreement, and it was agreed that the temporary approach would continue. In addition, the Nunavik agreement identified that legislation may set out the ability for the Nunavik Marine Regional Planning Commission and the Nunavik Planning Commission to cooperate on the discharge of their duties in the areas of equal use and occupancy. I'm wondering if you can provide an update on the status of any discussions or efforts to establish a more permanent management regime for the areas of equal use and occupancy as indicated in the Nunavik Agreement. Thank you.
Admi Aleki, Makibik Vice President, your question, I think it's going to be ongoing discussion for a long time, like Nunavut Marine Planning Commission, Marine Impact Review Board, Nunavut Marine Wildlife Board, and our government have no say on marine areas beyond the high tide area on surface or the bottom of the ocean. Nunavut government have a lot to say on how we manage our marines. Your government have a lot to say. For instance, independent public government should be involved how we can progress. And there appears to be some disagreements. For instance, Quebec has not given us any jurisdiction over the water matters. So we work with you. We like to come to agreement with you on marine areas where Nunavut has most of the jurisdiction, along with Nunavut Marine Planning Commission and Nunavut Planning Commission should work together, such as mentioned earlier. How we teach our children and how we treat them. It should be in that sentiment. Although the agreement is in place, so before we receive our own government, so we rely on your jurisdictional in marine lands in our areas when you were NWT and when you became Nunavut. All the water jurisdiction were taken over by your government. So this is, as a result, we have to work with you, and you will have to have consideration all the aspects, including Nunavut Fisheries Act. Yes, we like to work together. We want our concerns to be addressed, and we need to work with you to get what we need from our resources. Jonathan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Adami, for your comments. Sharon Howlack, Executive Director for the Planning Commission. I'm wondering if Makavik could provide some guidance and just clarity. In the previous version of the 2016 plan, the islands were designated limited use, and based on the recommendations from Makavik, QIA and NTI, it was changed to mixed use. And you've stated that you're working on a joint management regime, and it's not in place yet. We've also heard overwhelmingly from the communities, this is important, and the commissioners are listening, that they don't want any development and they want it designated limited use. So I'm asking, is there an interim solution, or is there some guidance that Makavik could provide to the Commission to find an option that's workable in the interim until there is a joint management regime in place to support the designations that the communities are asking for and to meet the satisfaction of the signatory organizations? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Adami Alaku, Makavik Vice President. What you have heard from us and what our community members need, it really is up to you to create joint management. And we have laid down before you what our needs are, and you have the best interest of this to conclusion as Nunavut Planning Commission. And we don't want too much restriction, a proper plan. And we both need to work, and we expect something from your organization to establish a reasonable plan for us. As NPI, we want you to hear what our communities have concern with what the plan is. We have discussed this for many years to see what the solution would be to these areas. And some of the islands, we should also consider economic ventures, so we would suggest that we don't have too much restrictions on these areas concerned. Thank you. And we have come to almost a lunchtime, and we will have you again after lunch hour, and to sit on the table. We'll take a break until 1:15. Thank you for your welcoming us.
We can proceed again from where we left off this morning. Makivik Corporation. If you can come back up again. And we will proceed. Thank you. As our process, state if there's questions, we'll do it first around the table to the presentation. Okay, none from around the table. Nunavik. There's a hand up back here. Eli Anguyok Iqaluit, Chairman of the Hunters and Trappers Association. And what Adami spoke about this morning for the open opportunity, if there's economic opportunity from the islands, that we don't close the door to that for the future. Both Makivik and the communities sometimes have opposing views, but what Adami spoke about, that if there's going to be opportunities in the future, either development or economic opportunity, that we should, that I would like to say once again that we should totally close it, opposing what Makivik said. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Do you want to comment? Thank you. Adame Alaku, Vice President, Makivik Corporation, Environment, Wildlife, and Research. Thank you, Eli. What you were saying, I just want to say we value what we also cherish on those islands that we hunt from, that we collect down from those islands, and the activities that we need to defend these rights. But there is and should be a provision if there's opportunity economic wise, that there's a lot of islands that we shouldn't completely tie possible some form of economic opportunity, and that is what I'm trying to ensure. I too value those islands and the wildlife on those islands. I have no desire to see them ruined, but perhaps there are things that require the functioning of the cell phones and the computer. I'm talking about a small mining operation. We even concerned about drilling for gas. I too am concerned about that, and we aren't ready for that. If they had a spill, that we would see that we're not ready to deal with those kind of things that happen. So I too want to protect and to understand that those are hunting grounds, but I just don't want to tie our hands when or if we found on any of the islands within our agreement area, perhaps there might be resources and we have mineral rights to subsurface. So I just don't want to limit the future opportunity as Inuit, Nunavut, Nunavik to benefit from some kind of opportunity that there are. I'm not saying there is one. I'm just saying if there is that chance that we should have the flexibility. Thank you. Hopefully that answered your concern. Nunavik questions? Jitaluk at the table. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Iqaluit Amarok Hunters and Trappers Association. Not really a question, but from Amarok, I am a board member as an elder. I want to ask first, I feel I am aware under Makivik Wildlife area that you're responsible for from the ocean towards Nunavut. Is it hard to deal with marine issues? That's my question to you, and I might ask again after. Thank you. Thank you. Adami Alaku Makibik, Vice President. I don't quite understand what you're asking about wildlife. I'm sometimes not understandable. Sometimes people don't understand my thought process, so you're not the only one. Under Makivik, you're responsible for wildlife. That's what I'm saying. And in that role, representing Nunavik on marine issues, how or what kind of limitations do you face when I hear this, whether it's difficult to deal in terms of getting support on the marine issues? Adami Alaku Makivik, Vice President, Environment, Wildlife, and Research. In the cooperation that we have with Nunavut Tungavik, where James Itulu was responsible for the same areas, we saw the work that we wanted to do on wildlife, that we needed to see a larger picture of the North, and that we need to work cooperatively when we face each other, and that the governments are going to make us face each other as opponents at the negotiating table. Just talk whales, bowhead whales, bears, and the wildlife. And so we are placed on opposite sides, even though we as Inuit are like that, but with the governments, we're start fighting over the same resources. But as Inuit, we should and know to work cooperatively. Let's say polar bears with the federal government, and Nunavut Tungavik supported us, and the Nunavik wildlife organization and your wildlife organization, when we have problems, I would call James Iqaluit and tell him we need help in this area, and that I just want you to be aware that we are put on opposite sides regarding issues, but for the larger picture, when you're an Inuk, you base that we share resources, we share animals, and that everybody should benefit, and those that need to benefit should benefit. But if it's limited resources, let's say Sanikiluak, Bears, and communities of Inukjuak, Umiuyak, and Kudjuak, Kapik, when the governments have opposing views, we also face each other from the work of the governments that represent us and the government process that we're thrown into. It's not our process. So through the base of Inuit culture and to deal with animals, we have to go back to us as Inuit with Greenland and Alaska, that our governments restrict what we can manage ourselves, and based on Inuit culture we can do this. I hope I answered your question. Yes, proceed. Just to add, from the wildlife management, there is a separation of responsibilities. For example, when we have a kablunak that wants to that's my example, or something in the way that we are tied down, and those of us that for a long time, that's the issue of wolves over here. When we're short of caribou, it comes up currently that in the years coming, from the old days, the fur, you bring it, they would mark it, and you would get a bounty. I understand that. And bowhead whale hunting, and the right to hunt a bowhead whale negotiations, whether to Alaska, they cannot support that they can explain if you approach them, but if you go, they want to protect their whales too. Furs from the Kibadlik, when we were still with the NWT, there was a trapper to teach not too many, and it was part of it didn't give he cherished his own equipment on his own. That was my question. and you answered it, that I'm just when we were trying to get a general comment. Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to comment? Adami Alaku, Makibig Vice President. Thank you. As Inuit, we're becoming wiser. Our forefathers were experts in wildlife. They knew dangerous ice. They used some of this we are now using the courts and negotiation processes that we realize others that hunt as a food source, whales, narwhals, bowhead whales, from around the world where they're protected, but we can hunt whales. And when you relate issues on the land, the animals, it's all part of it. If we're dealing with land, we're dealing with water. We have to talk about the marine animals that are interconnected and issues related to wildlife management. That I know we're here to talk about the land, but we are getting wiser to the world, and if we don't speak, then we won't proceed or identify priorities that we need to bring up. The government limits our ability to hunt whales in Hudson's Bay. And you guys have freedom, and it's the other way too sometimes. We're bears, and we might have different systems where you have quotas and we don't have quotas. So it's based on negotiations and trying to defend Inuit with the government's process. So that is the number one thing when we as Inuit work together, and we realize that, you have a government in Nunavut now. We envy that. As communities, we've tried to have our own regional government. We want legislative power and to include regional government, wildlife management, and the issues related to maps and how things are going to affect us. So we see the similarities, we see the concerns. We have to speak and be open to each other. We have to survive economically in the north. That's what I want, the freedom in that zone, to have the flexibility that we need, opportunities, and still preserve wildlife. And further down, 100-200 years, if they choose to do something on those islands, that we provide them the flexibility, and that cooperation is the largest thing we have as Inuit. We share the same blood, and we live separately, but we want to work with you on this thing that I want to pass on. Thank you. Paul? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul Kwasa, City Councilor, Iqaluit. Yes, we hear different issues, and it's good. The communities say one thing, and the organized say another thing, and we watch this opposing views that happen. It gets confusing in a way. Are they really representing us as Inuit? It makes you wonder. There's that factor. The ones that represent Inuit, that Inuit desires from communities, it becomes confusing. And we also understand under Article 11 in the Nunavut land claims, this process is spelled out. The land use plan that we are working on, it's not a closed for business document, and we know that we'll be able to change things in the future as a living document. And what is fixed today and requested regarding the islands, which want limited use from communities, because they know in the future that things might change. And 50, 100 years that it might be different. That is Article 11 states in there that we can change this land use plan, and it's open as a living document. So I should just wanted to say that. Thank you. Thank you. But I didn't hear a question. If you want to comment. Thank you, Paul. I agree with you. Since we had a mine, asbestos mine, they don't. There's iron. We want the iron. The world wants iron. Maybe it might be carbon fiber in the future. With the way the world is going, that things can change and that we have to be able to adjust, considering that we don't make a perfect plan right at the beginning. So the changes and the discussions that we can agree to improve things. Thank you. Nunavik questions to Makivik's presentation from this morning. Okay. I don't hear none from the general Iqaluit public. Okay. State your name.
Yuluku pa ukali yunga.
Pa Ukalat.
Tamani kato kay noktunga. Ta nunikanga.
The presentation make them absolutely welcome when we lose to economic issues and that we're going to make money. That as an Inuk doesn't sound good, perhaps. As he understand our agreement in there that if in the future the plan needs to be adjusted, it can be changed if the Inuit so desire. So if there was resources that were found on an island, we can adjust the classification or the conditions. I would like to see the desires of the communities followed, so that is something that for that purpose, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. I spoke that the Commission has heard our positions, that have had oral presentations, and the community's desires have been heard, and our presentation seems to oppose that, but for the Inuit, I do not want to limit any opportunity that might be available and open to Inuit in the best way of making it happen, that we do not tie their hands in that way. I know we're trying to protect the resources where the animals are, and that is major priority. Don't misunderstand us. We totally agree about hunting and animals and the protection of these lands we're talking about. We totally value that resource. But then I'm saying that if there's opportunity economically or through development for Nunavut or Nunavik, that opportunity should not be excluded. I know there are mines. We're affected by mines in Nunavik. You probably are too in Nunavut. We hear the effects of mining from Inuit. We are the same way. We are affected in northern Quebec. And where the best process we can do, you are the ones to make the determination. That's why it seems to be opposing views. Those that want the opportunity and those that want limited use, well, you've come to hear, and that we're really not trying but to defend the communities and also to provide the opportunity. If opportunity does come around, it certainly would be reviewed through the process, the planning process, the review process, and commitments that, would happen before anything. The minister just recently that he believes that the board made a decision and he supported that decision, and so we will rely on you that you've come to hear our comments, and the community desires should be listened to, and us too, we should have the opportunity if it's available in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. 1161, maybe you should underline that clause. An Inuk organization wishes to open a section that has a closed category that they can ask the minister to open. That is the process. We have fast approval from the government in that route. Perhaps that can be the process, that we have it closed for food purposes, and that if there is opportunity in the future, that we would see that in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. That wasn't the question. Do you want to comment? Yes. Adami Alaku Makibik, Cooperative Vice President. What the community said and want to see, that they want protection, that's good. We support that. But us that if there is a chance that in the future that you hearing both sides and the weight and the difference we come from, I'm not opposing any protection. We value those islands, and if that's okay, if it's like that, that we won't cry over it once you make your decision, and it will be in place and we can review it in the future. I won't dispute that. Not everyone will get what they want. The majority wins. We all want things, but it always comes down to the majority vote of those who are responsible. And no matter what it may be, if there's a decision made, we will support the majority. If the majority of communities say they want protection in that area, then we're not trying to change. We just want the opportunity that we have an opening in the future. And we seem to be going in circles right now, but you are the ones to make the determination in this process that we want, if there is a chance for Inuit to benefit, that we want that. Thank you. From the public, questions? Mika, proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mika Mike Iqaluit. My question, I know from South Baffin, they implement things very well at Makivik. They follow the traditions on that. Since I was a child, Charlie Watt, Mark R. Gordon went to Pagniktuhok as their elders told them that they had another person with them, another native from that area, the islands in question from our fathers, forefathers, Sikusilak, and Umanaktuak and Pagniktuhok. I understand the desire to have an opportunity, and I understood that we have a process, we have a government, and I never knew we had jurisdiction off the coast of Quebec, and to include from South Baffin, it was a priority that the damming of the rivers, although in the land claims agreement that we have other Inuit, that the majority would proceed, and through their government, it was a priority or done too fast. My question from South Baffin, management plan, following your traditions, at the organization's management wildlife haven't met. We used to meet through the negotiation process. The wildlife agency seemed to be together for the first time here. Even from northern Quebec, there should be more working cooperatively, whether it's funding. But from, perhaps we might get a comment from Makivik. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, this is outside of our jurisdiction and mandate. We're dealing with the work of the land use plan and the work of the commission. Adam, maybe you might want to speak with her directly. I want to proceed with our agenda. I understand that regarding the land use plan, if that's understandable. I understood your question. Yes, they are together as the wildlife organizations between Nunavik and Nunavut, but that is not the purpose of the meeting, whether it didn't continue or not. So if you want to ask regarding the presentation, thank you. Thank you. The division has never been done between communities and wildlife when we have hearings, not just here. The islands in question, that you as a commission and the commissioners, what opportunity do you have regarding those islands under the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement? That's my question. Thank you. Thank you. That is the purpose of the hearings, to seek opinions on issues that we are doing and are here to include, and to include those islands where they too are affected, even with the work that we are doing. We have a committee member from northern Quebec that deals with issues related. We include, not all the time, but when we deal with issues related to Nunavik and Nunavut, he is included under the agreement. So that is the purpose of why we're here. The comments and the opinions we are hearing, we are here to listen. We are hearing your comments. That I wanted to remind you and thank you, Johnny.
Thank you, Johnny Kashalua Kinukjuak. I just want to make a comment. And Paul collect statements. And Nunavik delegation concerns. And we are concentrating on harvesting areas where the communities closest to these regions have very much concern about. I just want to see a conclusion that this document that you are producing will be a living document and will be looking after the future amendments on land claim selection or land selection areas. And I just wanted to support what was being mentioned today. Iqaluit Public. Appears. Thank you. Inuktuakli Eli. I have been listening to the proceedings, I just want to say, as a person of Nunavik, and we also had concerns yesterday and today about dam rivers. I have an intimate knowledge of what happened to our lands. And I just want this proceeding to go the proper way and come to a solution. And wildlife will be most affected if something was not done properly. Sometimes we have to deal with mammals, wildlife, having to disappeared somewhere, and sometimes they come to our areas because of this damming and pollution to the dam water. We have seen dead seals on the shores, and some just floating, and they're not human inflicted. They are from the pollution, especially in our area. The seals are suffering a great deal. We are concerned with our seals because of these rivers being diverted and dams being constructed. It has very bad effect on sea mammals, fish, and other species. And where will this solution be to the concerns we have now and what we are facing today? We are experiencing what we never expected before, especially to those of us in Inuktitut community. And the mammals used to be plentiful nearby, and no longer are there. And as it is before constructions of these mega projects, we had plenty of animals. And I just want to remind what we are facing today. And we need to have our concerns heard, not just speaking, not just talking about it. And it has affected even further north communities. Our hunting grounds are becoming further and further each year. And how will the solution be solved to the problems we are facing today? And we are trying to come to some conclusions on this matter. Thank you. It appears to be general comments. There are no more further questions to the group. We have Nunavutungavik on schedule. As always, please state your name and your organization. Thank you. You may proceed when you're ready. Thank you, Alicia Gucci, NTI. I have delegation here with me. They'll introduce themselves. Good afternoon, Chair David Minguit, Nunavik Tungavik Executive Director. Good morning, Hanya Uniktagak, NTI, Iqaluit Office. Unukut, good afternoon, even below lawyer for NTI. Neda Gonzalez, Nunavut Tungavik. Bertine, NTI. Thank you, Alukeko Check, NTI. I'd like to thank the Commission for holding your proceedings here on the public hearing. I'm glad to be part of this process and welcome communities from South Baffin. We're happy to have you here. Welcome. And Nunavik, although we have different jurisdictions, it's nice to have you here. And Makibik, Vice President, who gave a presentation. Thank you for your presentation and welcome to our Nunavik. For those of us from this area, we are always welcome in Nunavik area. So it's very nice that this delegation is here in this hearing. Nunavik, Tungavik. We have participated in public hearings at Nunavut Planning Commission. We were there in Cambridge Bay, Rankin Inlet, Pond Inlet, Thompson, Manitoba, and now here. I would like to acknowledge the community representatives. You play a very important part in the creation of Nunavut Land Use Plan. And we'd like to hear from you. Your concerns and your worries are heard and better solutions are sought to produce this land use plan. We are listening to the communities who should fully participate and say what they want to say. And when we participate in public hearings, we hear your concerns and we document and try to proceed what your concerns are in our work. The land use planning in progress. Some of your concerns are our concerns as well. We are expecting a well-planned land use plan, and we understand that this will be accomplished in this final hearing and for the whole of the territory. As it is, you commissioners for the Nunavut Planning Commission, we applaud you, we respect you. You have undertaken the hard task on this process. Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, half aspirations to see all these articles in Nunavut agreement come to the pass, and we are concerned and we listen what the public is requesting to be heard of. So the article states that the public Inuit in Nunavut have to participate, how the land will be planned and how the land will be designated. So as it is, and I said previously to welcome you, but also at the same time I'm seeing that you are part of this process and your concerns are very important. We listen and try to support what your concerns are at each hearing. We listen to what your knowledge are and what your needs are to the Planning Commission. And NA has designated Nunavut Planning Commission and come to a conclusion where the land is fully planned and protected, especially in wildlife area, so people in Nunavut can continue to harvest and sustain their way of life. And the communities are also well looked after and well planned under this plan. The body of Nunavut Planning Commission, and we have fully participated while you are going through this process, which is done through meetings, public hearings, and we want to see what we want to see in your planning process, and we will advise you where we stand when you are doing your land use planning process and what can be included in your finished product. NTI are working closely with territorial federal government because of these two are other signatories, and they will need to approve what has been planned for the entire planning area. And once we analyze what the plan looks like, it will be a tedious task, and to ensure that Inuit concerns are fully included and incorporated into this plan. So as we hear, we have been satisfied so far that Inuit concerns are included, and areas where we could improve are being looked at. The land use plan is very important. Once it's finished, we'll see what the contents are, and it's approved by NTI, and we take this task seriously. And the plans, once it's approved, signed, and it will be used to guide us how we should look at the land, Nunavut land in general. And this would be helpful to population of Nunavut and the communities. And many of us who have heard and talk and present in this public hearing, we want to see that this plan is in line with the needs of the population. But we have worries, but at the same time, if we do our parts, we will be able to come to a plan. the concerns that people have in Nunavut will have to be priorities in your plan, in your final documents before it's presented for approval. The plan that you have produced is ongoing. We need to further look at how it will be structured and how it will look at other areas such as wildlife in general, and Inuit population again will need to be looked at. Nunavut Tungavik is representative, and we need to see this plan is in accordance with Nunavut agreements, for instance. I think it will be most useful to the public, wildlife, its habitations, Inuit harvesters, and harvesting that they pursue to sustain their way of life. And Inuit Kauimai will have to be incorporated in this plan as well. Inuit will have to be in charge of their land, their vicinities, and as it is their aspiration according to the plan they have participated in preparation. Inuit way of life and their selection of their vicinity land parcels will have to be to appear well in the final stages of your land use planning process, such this last public hearing. Nunavut Tungavik recognizes what the important things are in regional wildlife organization concerns, and Nunavut Wildlife Board in Nunavut and other IPGs in Nunavut area. Each of these organizations have huge concern with the wildlife population, and it's healthy and sustainable to the general Nunavut public. Nunavut Tungavik have vision with the organizations that I have just mentioned, and they are working in unison with each other for the betterment of the wildlife and other concerns they are dealing with. And they all are in tune with Nunavut agreement, and especially the care of Inuit-owned lands in our Nunavut. And there are many concerns by organizations, especially Nunavut Wildlife Board on Baffin Island and Kikaktani Inuit Association as well. We are aware of their concerns, and we listen to look for solutions, what their concerns are for the betterment to be included in this plan. I just want to say the draft plan in front of you, the planning process you have, and many parts of this we support. You have come to good conclusion, walrus hollouts and polar bear denning areas, for instance. And you also have made very good plans on migratory birds, waterfowl coming in annually to Nunavut, and many of these areas are on Inuit-owned land. Caribou habitats for briefly. We realize that they are important and they are of concern in each region, and they are concerned what might be happening to these species, especially in Baffin Island. And Nunavut Wildlife Board are also concerned, and they should be entrenched to Nunavut planning process. Despite that, we still expect that the caribou management will be a priority, and solutions should be found to see for further protection of these species in the future. And speaking of Inuit-owned lands, Nunavut Tungavik and regional organizations have concern about Inuit-owned lands and its rights on working according to Nunavut Agreement. What we are able to do is very important to Inuit, who are the landowners. And it also clearly states in Nunavut Agreement, so we can say that Inuit-owned lands and there are many effects to this as it appeared in 2021. And how the land use planning selection took place, for instance. Nunavut Tungavik as an organization is a landholder, 1.8% only at the subsurface landowner in Inuit-owned lands for their benefits. And it appears, and it's written, and it will be used part of a land use planning process. For instance, almost half, 43%, will be affected on Inuit-owned lands. NPI as a body, we like to see something concrete, properly planned process on Inuit-owned lands. And we don't want a deviation on what the NA is to commissioners. And it appears that land selection category would reduce Inuit-owned lands considerably. Inuit NTI, we can do a lot more for wildlife and its habitats in Nunavut, a proper care, especially the size to Inuit-owned lands that seems to be shrinking in the planning process. And other NPI looks at a reality. If this land planning process comes to a reality, and governments with their regulations, approving agencies will understand how land use planning will benefit Inuit. And we do not want to deviate from Nunavut Agreement too much. Inuit would then be impacted, and their needs have to be really looked at so they could benefit from Nunavut Agreement. we are happy today to make a presentation considering that we work both closely both levels of government. And to the commissioners, so we will be making presentation to the commissioners and further saying impact on Inuit, federal government, Inuit-owned lands, especially Inuit-owned lands will have to be protected and Canada, federal government as part of the global population is pretty much in agreement with the world and stating globally that their waters and lands will be protected. And for us, such an organization, we also have concerns how to protect these mentioned the elements I have mentioned, and NTI is also very concerned before this final product is made and approved. And land use planning process is a good tool to Inuit. It will impact Inuit and how they would benefit according to the Nunavut Agreement. And if we are not doing it right, if it's not proper according to Nunavut Agreement, I think we would have done something wrong to Nunavut Agreement. We need to negotiate. We have to agree with each government on this planning process. Nunavut Tungavik believes that Nunavut land use plan, as we say, we are looking forward to the final product of this planning process, and other concerns will be looked at. As I mentioned, wildlife should be protected. Inuit-owned land should be governed properly by Inuit organizations in the region. Nunavut Planning Commission, I would advise you and ask that you refine your land use plan, save wildlife population is always there because Inuit harvesters have to sustain their way of life based on harvest, work with regional Inuit organizations, and work on Inuit-owned lands with these groups. I have concerns at times. We don't always agree, but through talks we can achieve what we are proceeding with. And in conclusion, I just want to briefly say people from communities, your concerns, your opinions are very important. You are participating in a very important document. And from listening to you, this land use planning process will only be enriched. Your community representatives, you are voicing your concerns, voicing your problems to the delegation here conducting this process. And I also have heard from you either verbally or through submissions, for instance, this public hearing in Iqaluit. And I've heard from different communities there was a request to defer the closing date January 10, and Nunavut Tungavik Incorporation to the Commission and to see if you could listen to what the communities have requested on the closing date of January 10. Nunavut Tungavik would also be pleased, and I'm sure as we work with both levels of government that we would be able to do something to solve these problems. For instance, Inuit-owned lands, as I said in my presentation, vessel traffic is becoming a lot each summer in Nunavut waters, and both levels of government are pretty much aware of that, and we can work with both levels of government on this. And Inuit are impacted through their concerns are addressed. It would be best for all of us, and a better land use plan process work would emerge. I know you are looking for a fine finished product. That's your wish, and I agree with that. But at the same time, a request to defer the closing date. Thank you for allowing NTI to do a short presentation. Your questions are welcome.
Thank you. We'll go through the same process. Staff first. Brian. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian Naglukak, Nunavut Planning Commission.
The Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated can provide like a rough timeline or an estimate of a timeline of how long it takes for a potential conservation area to the completion of the Inuit Impact Benefits Agreement process. So from start to end, about how long would that take? 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? Is there? Would you guys have an idea of how long that would take?
Thank you. Who wants to answer? Thank you. Hannah Onersagak, NTI.
Some government representatives this week. We know the Nunavut Planning Commission would like to have an approved land use plan sooner rather than later. We know the Government of Canada has conservation targets, which is a huge motivator to negotiate impact benefit agreements sooner rather than later. So we're hoping that we can come to some kind of an agreement based on community needs and wants, government budget cycles, that it can be done quicker than other conservation area IIBAs have been negotiated. The advantage of Canada signing on to international targets is that they put significant amount of money aside to reach their commitments. So it's a huge motivator, and we're hoping that it won't take too long.
Thank you. Brian, follow up?
Can you confirm of the 152 subsurface Inuit-owned land parcels, of the 952 surface parcels, 2 Article 41 Inuit-owned land parcels, and 72 municipal parcels? Of all those parcels, how many are tagged for a current IBA process? I hope that makes sense.
Thank you.
Oh, Brian Naglukak,
Brian Naglukak, Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you.
David Niyungan, Nunavut Tungavik Kunut. We will submit our response in writing. We don't have the information right now, so we will submit our answers in a written form, if that's okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Brian, follow up? Proceed.
Brian
Naglukak, Nunavut Planning Commission. Aluki, you mentioned under the agreement, land claims agreement, I think you just mentioned that they will give the voice to the people in the planning process. September, Iqaluit Chair, Cambridge Bay, Rankin Inlet, Pond Inlet, and here in Iqaluit we have included Inuit in the discussions that things they desire to see, whether it's the locations of caribou should be defended. We have heard, based on the mandate we are given under the land claims agreement, that we hear from the people, but when we hear it seems to be a different voice, that a difference from the communities. What's your position on this? Thank you. Thank you. You may proceed with an answer. Aloki Kuchik, Nunavut Tungavik. The difference and opinion comes from the positions we represent. For example, when I'm a resident of the city, it might be different from the thoughts or the work of the city, and the Nunavut government might have different issues, although they are our organizations, their priorities, and that the work that is set out in representing the Inuit is based on work through Nunavut Tungavik and the Inuit associations, are the concerns brought forward by the Inuit, and trying to find the best solution using the land claims agreement and trying not to break or enhance Inuit rights. And so sometimes we seem to have differing voices, but what you mentioned, the voices of the wildlife organization run the affairs of the organization, and NTI and the Inuit associations have a different role, even though we hear different issues and different things, but concerns have to be listened to. That's very important for us. We hear the concerns of the Inuit, and that we feel or see improved suggestions. When we had hearings in Pond Inlet, they were concerned about the muskox. We didn't include it, but once we heard that from the community, we now include it in the improvements to the differences that we seem to hear. But hearings are crucial in seeking improvements. David wants to add. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Ningyong at Nunavutungavik. There are many Inuit-owned lands in the different regions Inuit have selected, and the selection was based on different criteria: hunting, camping, wildlife areas, various reasons that they were selected. We, as the Inuit organizations, we want to be part of the management process, and that almost half of the Inuit-owned lands are going to be impacted, as they were selected by communities and the Inuit, and the selections they made on those lands. But through the planning process, it will put restrictions on Inuit-owned lands. But we are listening to the people when they mention wildlife and the management of wildlife, calving grounds, and various areas. They water crossings, areas like that. We in Nunavut are the largest landowners, owned by Inuit, and some of the land selected, the caribou numbers have gone down, but food security and having country food is very important, that we have to have the opportunity to make decisions as the desires of the Inuit. So I just wanted to add that it's the management of wildlife, and through that process is a priority under the Land Claims Organization. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you. Brian Aglukak, Nunavut Planning Commission. If I have a chance once ever, I might have another opportunity. Thank you. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thanks again to the representatives from Nunavut-Tungavik for your presentation today. I first want to talk about Inuit impact and benefit agreements. You've indicated in your presentation that land use designations included in the land use plan that achieve long-term conservation goals would require the negotiation of an Inuit impact and benefit agreement. During the Keikatani Inuit Association's presentation, they gave the examples of key migratory bird habitat sites and future parks. I'd asked them if there were other examples of land use designations that would, in their view, require the negotiation of an Inuit impact and benefit agreement. So I'll ask you guys the same. Do you have a specific list of land use designations included in the draft Nunavut land use plan that, in your view, would require the negotiation of an impact and benefit agreement, or is it generalized to limited use designations that may prohibit activities? Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed.
Nada Gonzalez, Nunavut Tungavik. So there, Jonathan can't speak and look at you at the same time, but there is not a specific list. The concept is based on the fact that if the government is looking to achieve long-term conservation goals through limited use areas, and those are considered to meet the criteria for international targets, that those, whatever those are, should have an Inuit impact benefit agreement associated with them.
Thank you. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. So, in effect, if the land use plan provides a limited use designation for a community drinking water supply or a community area of interest like Netling Lake or the Senarayak areas, if the government chooses to count those towards their international commitments, then Nunavut Tungavik would be of the view that those designations that provide benefits and to communities that would be responsive to their views would require the negotiation of an Inuit impact and benefit agreement. Thank you.
Proceed.
Nada Gonzalez, Nunavut Tungavik. So those are the type of issues that are under discussion currently with the governments. And we're entering without prejudice discussions on those details. But that is something that the parties are working on, making some progress on, and there's reason to think that we can come to a joint position on that.
Thank you. Proceed, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you very much for the clarifications. On a different issue related to Inuit impact and benefit agreements, for all currently established conservation areas that have Inuit impact and benefit agreements in place, you indicate that the land use plan must ensure that government can meet their legal obligations in these areas. Can you be more specific as to what role the Nunavut land use plan would have in these areas? In effect, are you asking for those areas to be identified sort of as a mixed use area where all uses would conform to the plan and then other authorities would meet their legal obligations after the Commission has reviewed the project proposal, or do you have a more detailed suggestion? Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed with an answer.
I think the principle that we have expressed is that the Nunavut land use plan, whatever shape or form it takes, cannot prevent current legal obligations and a contract between parties to be able to occur. I think that's a fairly straightforward concept, and that I'm pretty sure a lot of parties would agree to. I believe in our written submissions we have highlighted some examples where the land use plan, the way it's currently drafted, does prevent certain activities or other uses that are already agreed upon within a current Inuit impact benefit agreement. But if it might be helpful, we could try to provide a bit more details in terms of specific Inuit impact benefit agreements and specific provisions that are currently in conflict, if that's not readily available right now to the NPC, Nunavut Planning Commission.
Thank you. Jonathan?
Thank you very much. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thanks again for that clarification and commitment to provide additional clarification. So just for additional context, I'm sort of thinking of some of the limited use designations on existing conservation areas include a combination of prohibited uses as well as setback requirements, for example. And I'm just trying to get a sense of whether any of that is agreeable to Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated. Thank you. Throughout this planning process, and in particular in response to the latest draft plan, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated and the regional Inuit associations have advocated for the ability to make decisions on Inuit-owned lands and not to have the land use plan interfere with your own management obligations. Throughout these hearings, we've heard different suggestions from each regional Inuit association on their preferred management approach. For example, here in the Kikitani region, there's indicated support for limited use designations, but a request for a sort of exemption if the Kikitani Inuit Association would support a particular activity, then some type of letter could accompany a project proposal in order to allow it to conform to the land use plan. I'm wondering if Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated supports all three of the regional Inuit associations in their different proposals for how to manage Inuit-owned lands, or if you have any additional comments on the different management approaches that have been recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, proceed.
David Ningyungan, Nunavut Tungavik, Timinganik,
Nunavut Tungavik. That's a good question. The Inuit, regional Inuit organizations have obligations under the claim, and to date they work with our organization and are part of NTI, and that we will continue working with them. But in the planning process, that we hear the different desires, and we see that, and the commission and commissioners will have the opportunity to make decisions. But as an organization and the main land claims organization under the new Land Claims Act, that we have to ensure the implementation and the obligations are met within the claims on behalf of the Inuit. We want to ensure that the voices of Inuit are heard under this process. This was what I wanted to add. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Jonathan?
Thank you very much. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you again for your response. I'd like to switch to discussion on the areas of equal use and occupancy. During Makovik's presentation, I noted the anticipated temporary management structure for land and resources within the areas of equal use and occupancy under the Nunavut Agreement, and note that under Section 40.2.15 of the Nunavut Agreement, a more permanent structure was to be established with the finalization of the Nunavik Land Claims Agreement. And unfortunately, that did not occur as part of the finalization of that agreement. And under Section 6.4.20 of the Nunavik Agreement, it identifies the potential for legislation to set out the manner in which both the Nunavut Planning Commission and the Nunavut Marine Regional Planning Commission could cooperate. I'm wondering if Nunavut Tungavik has any update on the status of discussions surrounding a more permanent management regime in these areas of equal use and occupancy, or if there are any intentions to engage in such discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clarity first, where things are, we will provide an answer for you once we get it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. You forgot to mention who you are. David Ningungat, Nunavut Tungavik. Thank you. Thank you. Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. I do have one more question, but just to supplement the last issue, effectively there's a bit of a conflict where both the Nunavut Planning Commission and now the Nunavik Marine Regional Planning Commission are mandated to prepare land use plans for these areas, and this situation creates a bit of uncertainty, and it would be helpful to have some input from yourselves as well as other levels of government on the matter. Within the areas of equal use and occupancy, the Commission heard feedback primarily from Makovik as well as yourselves for a preference for a mixed-use designation for these areas, in part due to the uncertainty regarding the current and future management of the areas. As you've seen, the Commission has generally followed that recommendation, but has included some land use designations within the areas, as we've noted throughout the week, including some polar bear denning areas, walrus haulouts, and community on ice travel routes, for examples. Does NTI have any feedback on this approach in the Nunavut Land Use Plan? Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed.
Maribelo Nunavut Tungavik. As of now, in our written submissions, our most recent ones, we haven't highlighted any particular concerns about that, but we'll, before the close of the record, we'll just make sure to, if ever that could be helpful, to make sure we highlight anything. But as of now, it's not a major issue that we have highlighted in our recent submissions, but we'll definitely take another look and share if there are any concerns.
Thank you. Are you good? Looking at the clock, 15-minute coffee break. We'll get to questions from the communities when we come back. sometimes it takes a while to get coffee. If we can start to proceed once again, before we start, I want to remind you the minister is here, David Iqaluit. Welcome. And to start off where we left off, from the communities at the table, we can ask. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Paul Kwasa from the City of Iqaluit City Councilor. It's good to hear the voices of the community and the support NTI has, and in the land planning process, the voice of the Inuit need to be heard, and we hear that sentiment in here that we need a land use plan. We have been working on it for a long time, even before the land claims agreement, and 20 years later after Nunavut agreement, it's still in the work, so it needs to be done right. And it was good to hear Nunavut Tungavik President say that the desires and the wants of the Inuit have to be respected when they make decisions on the land use plan. That is a true statement. We are here now facing the communities, and you too, no doubt, have seen all the communities yourselves. I also wanted to mention about the Inuit-owned lands and the negotiation process and the land selection. I was there, and many were here that were there around the table. Perhaps some of you were not involved, but to be aware that the land selection in communities, it was from these very communities here, 25 of them. They selected those lands on what is important to them and the use that they traditionally have had, and for the protection of those lands. And they were selected for different reasons. Yes, we are aware, but for the protection of those sites, that Inuit-owned lands were selected in communities. And currently, they have a limited use, that the land use planning process will be a living document, not like us, but we will be able to change it in the future. And my question, the community's voices that you've heard on the Inuit-owned lands that have been selected, do you not value them anymore? Do we want them open? Perhaps they will be able to be opened even after we're gone. But currently, the Inuit voices on the Inuit-owned lands, that they want those protected. The question from the communities, what have you heard regarding those Inuit-owned lands? Have you heard from communities? And I know the Inuit-owned lands and in the regional Inuit associations also hold title to land. And in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, the communities have not talked too much about Inuit-owned lands. I have not heard Inuit talking about their Inuit-owned lands. Even as an Inuk in the communities, they're not of concern that we're selected. That is the reality. I often wonder, as a community member, those Inuit-owned lands, are they being cared for properly? Who can have access on Inuit-owned lands? Who can walk on Inuit-owned lands? That is spelled out for the Inuit-owned land. They should describe the operations of those lands to Inuit. I have not heard anything related to those lands. I'll stop here. In conclusion, for the Inuit-owned lands, have you heard from communities stating it should be a certain way? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Get a response?
Alukikutak nunavutungavik.
Alukikutak nunavutungavik.
Agsudlukia notakarolunga inuro kapten nangarunya kai Iva
Before I was born, you were in negotiations on land selection for Inuit-owned lands. From what I understand, preservation, it was not just preservation. I have not been a negotiator. Explaining what I understand. Part of it is preservation. Part of it is for economic opportunity. Part of it is for cultural reasons. There are different reasons and categories selected Inuit-owned land before I was born, that Inuit will manage these and own these lands. When the Qikiqtani Inuit Association was on, they also stated that we are open regarding Inuit-owned land, preservation, if that is what we want. We aren't saying that we don't want them protected, but we have to give Inuit the freedom to choose. As individuals, we don't know a lot of things, but the organizations that work on the behalf of Inuit, they provide structure to represent Inuit through the associations, that the desires and the rights of Inuit are met through the land claims agreement. Inuit voted, Inuit selected those lands based on different reasons. Article 17.1.2, the communities that will determine the designation, not through the Planning Commission. So this is that the Inuit can make their own decisions, and what Johnny Mike, that we have been recognized at the United Nations with indigenous rights. We represent Inuit rights and not to break those rights. And you mentioned 25 communities, but they all have Inuit-owned lands. When they selected which lands they want protected, which lands had economic value, which were cultural sites, with those objectives, they select those lands for us, the following generations. We must too work for the following. We're not trying to slow things down. That the Inuit own lands near communities, if they need to be supported, the community must work with us and the governments to seek agreement for the benefit, and if Inuit are impacted, that there's a foundation in place. So that David wants to add. Proceed. Thank you. David Ningyungan, Nunawutungabik. That was mentioned through the planning process determinations, through the hearings across Nunavut. We hear the issue of limited use in red and around Nunavut. We will have limited options. We won't be able to put a road. We won't be able to make hydro projects. We won't be able to quarry sand in those red dots based on that land. If you can show us a map with those red categories of limited use, that we must be able to determine the outcome of our own Inuit-owned lands. That if you want to limit the activity on those Inuit-owned lands, that we should not limit ourselves as Nunavummiut. Let's say hydro project line from Manitoba to the Kivalliq. The problem will exist. If you look at that now, it's a red line coming north of Manitoba, and half of those selected lands will have restrictions from the land use plan if they get that title or the classification, and that will limit the ability of Inuit to self-determination of our own lands. But the work of the Commission will limit us to roads. Various hydro projects will reduce the cost of living. We can improve health services inside Nunavut. If we get a hydro line, we could save energy costs. So if you look at the red category of limited use, that limits the ability that we want for those that are listening and those listening on light, that we are putting limitations on Inuit-owned lands, and that the Inuit-owned lands, not just for conservation, some for mineral potential were selected. We have heard, I too was not part of negotiations. Some of the communities have selected smaller amounts where there's more mineral potential in the Qitangmiut, that we want economic opportunities for our own benefit, that we are aware, not just for conservation, not just for hunting, not just for wildlife. The Inuit-owned lands were selected. To us, that is a concern under the planning process. When you look at those red areas in Nunavut, we are going to limit roads between communities or other potential economic activities or developments that will be limited, with all the limitations being put in place. If Inuit want their land, Inuit-owned lands closed, they can do that through the Inuit Association. There is an avenue in the place for that to happen. In the land use plan, there's too many restrictions that Nunavut could benefit from. I want you guys to understand that we need to plan for the future, for our descendants, that we have to think of both. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul? Next, Johnny. I'm glad I'm hearing these discussions. Johnny Mike, Pangnakto, Hunters and Trappers Association. We're going to do this very discussion that we're having here, that we've been planning for so long. I have been part of the process. Your father, when they're getting ready to go hunting, as they were going to go, soon as I would see my father, when caribou, May and June, in those months, he wanted me to catch my first caribou. And in the calving season, we also would get caribou meat for drying. I got my first caribou due to his good planning to our spring camping site, and that is the way Inuit were going to be. And we have been guided to the end of this process. We have been waiting for a long time. This is for the benefit of Inuit. And I'm thankful for NTI and others that have spoken before us, and we all have spoken. The Inuit-owned land, it has limitations in size. We always enjoy more funding. Inuit-owned lands or for our benefit, we're still waiting for the land use plan. And the different organizations will benefit from the clarity. My question whether NTI can clarify, like with more understanding what the President spoke about. The Planning Commission from the desires of Inuit-owned lands from NTI, with goals not met regarding Inuit-owned lands, but also the Commission will determine they like in general the land use plan. If we cannot totally control the Inuit-owned lands with limited opportunities, what through the planning process have you given, in part you give the Commission the right to do this, and now you also state that I'll have a follow-up question. Thank you. Proceed. Thank you, David Ningyong and Nunavutungavik. Thank you, Johnny, for the question. The issue we mentioned earlier in the presentation, we want to totally control the Inuit-owned lands and determine through the work we've already done on the Inuit-owned land parcels that have been selected in Nunavut. As you are aware, in the land selection process, the reasons that they had for selecting those lands, Inuit knew that they want to be part of the economic process, and we still see that. But when you look at the work and you see the markings on the map that there is too much area, whether it's fish, it's not just the lake, but then they encircle a larger area. There is no thought process to the Inuit-owned lands that are already set in process for the management of those lands. We hold meetings in communities. If we hear that a certain lake needs a designation, they select a larger selected parcel, and it has restricted our rights. This will limit our rights if it is to proceed. This will limit our potential through fishing, oil and gas in the future. The future can determine their own economic opportunities, oil and gas, mineral exploration, tourism. How will these be spelled out? And that we want opportunity. It's hard to get employment up here, and that we have to think of these. Government and mines aren't the only parts of the economy that we can do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Brian, I'm not finished. Brian. Thank you, Chair Brian Iqaluit, Nunavut Planning Commission. I have 2 comments. And in response to your answers, first one. David, you have mentioned linear structure, Manitoba-Kivalliq Highway. And for those of you who are listening in this hall, these maps are real, and these are marked as real. And you said this infrastructure will hindrance the growth. And another marks limited use would be hindrance as well. No. Slide 61. Nunavut Planning, as Jonathan mentioned, I think it was Monday, how this process can be amended. Here, anyone, Inuk organization, government, if they wish to make amendment, here it says, Monday, Jonathan, whoever they may be, an organization, government, explorations, companies, if they are hindrance to do their work according to the plan. If it's approved, just to say there is an amending formula to the plan, and 17131 was mentioned by Aluki. They say this is not our responsibility. You are the NTI, and along with 3 regional organizations, have to work for the population. At the hearings in Cambridge, Rankin, and Lett, here, you as a delegation have not come and attended to tell us how the plan is progressing. David, once David responds, we'll get back to you, Johnny. Thank you, Chair David Ninguit, NTI. The map that you have shown, Manitoba-Kivalliq proposed roads, I would like this to include an infringement on Inuit Caribou crossing. You have to be aware of that. And Inuit have concerns, as we were at the meeting in Kivalliq. There's applause to this. And we are there to do some amendments best for the Inuit in that region, because this plan have to work for the whole population. The world is looking at this progress. The world is paying attention how well we can plan our huge territory. We don't want to see a flawed plan, and we can do this. I can say this because we have our own NA already approved, Johnny. Thank you, Chair Johnny Mike Panglektok, HTO. Your answer, and it appears to have set your mind. You may not approve of NPC planning, and it seems to be going to the direction now we know from your responses. And Chair, I want to point this out. Our concerns are said, and we have concerns with the plan and yourself, NPC, have seemed to be judged for consultation, and USNTI are saying that plan is flawed. And if I keep talking now, I will continue to repeat this. Paul had a good point in his comment for you today to post this. It's a reality now. When we started years ago to come to this point, now it's reality 11.2.1b. And Nunavut Planning Commission, you have designated this organization to do this planning process in Nunavut settlement area. And these will have to govern, they will have to produce something to the best of their knowledge for the people. In Nunavut communities and in Nunavut in general under land claims agreement, it says also it will have to benefit Canadians and Canada in general. And it says special attention will have to be there. It's unique. Nunavut Planning Commission is unique. Their work is unique. And they are doing their best, which is a good progress to produce something. And on the behalf of Nunavut population, and also included in Nunavut, where are we now? What are we doing? And what's important to us, the organization that govern over us. And here you are not doing your job. You are coming short. And this have to be adjusted, have to be corrected. And you seem to have sidetracked the process. And according to Nunavut agreement, Inuit concerns, who are the landowners in general, have to have a unique attention. Inuit-owned lands, according to Article 11. And as for me, I wanted to point out, and thank you, what you thought of Nunavut Planning Commission process, and it appears that you have fallen short of that expectation. Thank you, Chair. Charlie. Thank you, Chair. Charlie Akabak, Iqaluit HTO. recently I have mentioned, I just want to mention it again. January 10, 2023, I asked for the extension to further date. I have a reason for that in our community. I'm sure not only us, but other communities as well. Organizations in each community, and many will have their annual general meetings this time of year, and many will have GM before December, especially in our community anyway. December is a busy month. Christmas activities and holidays will be a priority to the end of the month. And QWB have mentioned they will have an annual general meeting in early December. I think it was 8, 9, 10. I wanted to make a submission to QIA with the maps that we have worked on, and we have seen maps as well which are numbered. They were clearly identified in our area south of us. And we wanted to do some further work. I've mentioned that before. And there are a lot of wildlife in an area we want to mark. In my community, we want to work on this. January 10, 2023. I still would say, I say again that we delayed the deadline for this file to be closed. And who will be able to precisely decide on this date? Something that we could think of. Solomon? Thank you, Chair. Thank you, NTI, for your presentation, your work, and your concerns where you stand. I have no question to that aspect. As a member of QIA, Solomon Awand of Iqaluit, a statement made by Kimmo delegate, and we had meetings last time which was strictly on caribou, and we met for 3 days in October, and the maps that we worked on, and you will see this map on December 10. For your information, it will be discussed, and some of you will be participating in that annual general meeting. Just for your information, that it is not forgotten, and we will discuss it. On other matter, to the comment he just made, and to Nunavut Planning Commission, QIA is in support of NTI and Baffin communities. Perhaps I'll just say a comment. There have to be information given to us on 2017 what your intentions were on the dates and specific things. In Cambridge Bay public hearing. I listened to the proceedings on TV. And like us, they weren't well prepared on their submissions. And I support now NTI and Camille delegation that this date, the submission deadline for that date should be deferred. And when you go back home, I think you will have to write a letter to the commissioners. I don't see any for more hands. I will go to Nunavik. Johnny. I think Eli will ask question after me. Two Elis will ask. Johnny Kasalok. I have no questions to NTI, but I just wanted to say where you are, where you stand, and the information presentation you have given. I felt strongly on the first day that Nunavut Planning Commission, your employees were informing us how it is progressing, and the plan that you are working on the land use plan, and many of this information is not available to us. Not everybody have computer, and not everybody understand what the land use planning is. And you said that it is a living document. For instance, today in our communities in Nunavik, and the organization that represent us, our views are not always agreed upon, so we ask. And when organizations are working on certain things such as yours, we are given advices on how to proceed, how to accomplish. And it will always be the case, whatever the work it may be. How will you finish? How will you plan? Who will participate? Who can participate for future use if the plan is well prepared? We are laptop generation today, and the process should be clearly available to all of us on Nunavut land use plan. It's a world understanding what the process is. Just a comment. Thank you. Eli Iqaluit, a person. I won't want to give you a direction of what my opinion are. I just want to encourage what you're doing. Makivik, now NTI, is giving presentation, and these are the people that we will have to work with in the future. So I'm happy what they are saying, what their presentation are. We will work with them, and this process is giving idea to our organizations in general, so the presentations are worthwhile. and presentations appear to be concentrating on what the public really mean. I just said earlier, I'm just a person. I'm here today, and the only food I had growing up was country food. Now everything is available to me, all sorts of food, for instance, but I still value my country food. They sustain me in youth, and I want these species, wildlife, protected. And today's climate is really a problem to our wildlife. It's on the news everywhere. Weather, climate change, warming temperatures appears to be a problem. And in the planning process, I don't see much of this, what the concerns are of the population, because it will be affecting wildlife in our communities. So when you plan, when you do the process, what climate change, how much of a topic is it, how much priority is it? And for instance, today it's such a warm winter. Long ago, this would be extremely cold time, this time of year, and the weather is affected regardless of your opinions. NTI and Makivik, this will have to be addressed. Thank you. Thank you. The president of NTI.
I'm the chairman of the Angwiga Hunters and Trappers Association. I'm glad for them welcoming us and including us. Thank you to the president for her comments. I'm grateful and thank you. And for the Inuit, they represent the views of the Inuit. I really enjoyed hearing that. That's the way it should be. Makivik also does this work for us, but through the planning process and the considerations that NCI seems to be saying that limits the options on Inuit-owned land, that it should state the desires of the Inuit should be the priority. I just wanted to say that about this issue to NTI. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you. Are we okay? From Nunavik, questions? Okay, seeing none. Proceed. Thank you. Archie Arnaka Amarok Hunters and Trappers Association board member. First, South Baffin, not in Nukibarlak. I have not heard from South Baffin those red dots. And the other one, under the land claims, it states Tungavik will work under the land claims agreement through a democratic process by Inuit, that we are using the customs of Canadians, where we have, whether we can dedicate the land red or yellow based on the laws of Canada and the democratic process we are working through. So Inuit rights have been clarified and some rights taken away. We can voice our opinions here. We value the lands, fish, our ancestors' old camping grounds, home. The HTOs have given the process of management and control in the hands of the Inuit from our ancestors in running our affairs, that through the claim, the red dots or the yellow dots on the map, notice the rights that we have, and the new rights that we have, outpost camps. There are outpost camps that we deal with, and there'll be requests for outpost camps that will be based on the map. Will they be red or yellow? I just wanted to state this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I didn't hear a question. Do you want to comment? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Ningyungan Nunabutungabig. Thank you for reminding that we're not in Kibadlik, but it was an example looking at the map of the South Baffin. The deadline is looming on the 10th of January. Calving grounds in the Baffin, water crossing, and post-calving grounds, have they been, because we know in the Kityangmute and in the Kibadlik, the caribous have been collared, and with that information the government presents the hunters, but there is no, because this was mentioned in the Pond Inlet hearings, and we see as we start to conclude that as are the caribou a major concern in the Baffin region. I too am concerned, coming from Nunavutungavik, the animals and their routes, calving grounds, where they post calving grounds, that, the caribou are of concern, and that the habitat, the crossings, the post-calving grounds have to be, or are they properly protected on Baffin Island? I just wanted to add that. Thank you. Thank you. Proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so we are aware, through the land claims, the Wildlife Board investigated caribou. Mike, beside me, ran the project. Caribou habits on Baffin Island, on all the communities. Our elders, words of the elders, he was able to as our ancestors used to go far for caribou, where there was always caribou, and when they're numerous or when they're not numerous caribou, our words of our elders, they are written down. From that research, we asked him to do this work on the caribou. We did a caribou harvest study. He's a caribou biologist using Western science and traditional knowledge that's available. And those categories might be red or yellow on the map. The communities in South Baffin have noted, so thank you. Thank you. I didn't hear a question. Proceed.
I want to thank Archie for his introduction to some of the past work I did with Inuit. Mike Ferguson, QWB.
Mike Ferguson.
I started my career in this region a few years ago, working for the government of the NWT, and later the government of Nunavut. And Archie introduced some of the work that I did. I still have copies of some of the data. However, the government, when I started working with the QWB applied to the government of Nunavut for permission to use much of that data for our submissions to the Nunavut Planning Commission. Nunavut requested revisions to those, the first data sharing agreement, so that would give a legitimate use of the QWB to the data. There was tagging studies that Archie himself participated in Netchalik. The picture of the caribou that we showed yesterday was actually two caribou that were swimming across Netchalik. You've heard a lot about Netchalik caribou. The data from the harvest study, the telemetry data that was done from 1987 to 1995, the government of Nunavut did not give the QWB permission to use the data in the submissions that we made to the Nunavut Planning Commission. That is why those submissions are entirely dependent upon Inuit Kaimaya Tungani. We did not have permission. The government did not provide permission to the QWB to use data that the government has. That is one of the major reasons why we have been so slow to fill in many of the details of dates. I know when the post-calving season ends. However, the QWB does not have permission to use that information. I know when caribou on Baffin Island give their calves, I'll tell you unofficially, it's from roughly June 13th to July 7th. It's a much longer calving period on Baffin Island than elsewhere in Nunavut. But the government of Nunavut has not given permission to the QWB to use that information. That is a major obstacle still today to finalize good submissions to the Nunavut Planning Commission. That's just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment. Thank you, Chair. I will direct this to NTI. I am happy this is now being discussed. I always had concerns and surrounding areas near Padlak. I've never been up there before. I have seen it on pictures. There are many cabins now made by researchers and private cabins. People have asked me who owns these cabins in Padlak area. There's a concern that these cabins are being constructed in traditional grounds. Padlak mean that people are called Padlak. And it just reminds me for some reason. And that area is a beautiful area. And it has a lot of animals, old tracks, everything. And Akusinikyoak was not a recreational place. It has its purpose. It has 3 coves. And I think that Iqaluit representative was concerned when caribou was plentiful. The men of Pangnaktok, there used to be occasions called to the community when they are harvesting. My grandmother and people usually were aware that caribous are during 9/11, the caribou or the planes were all grounded at that time, 2019, 2021. And from that time when there was less traffic on land, that the caribou feeding grounds would improve. And I have seen that in our land, the ground grows very slowly. It takes time. I am in agreement with NTI on protection of the ground. Yeah, it's not a question. It's not directed to anyone. It's a general comment. Looking at the time, it's almost 4:30. I have a question, and our staff have some more questions, so we don't have to come in tonight. I know it's almost 4:30. Your comments, please keep it short. Your questions, keep it short. Any more questions from Iqaluit public? Thank you, Chair Olayok Akishuk, Cape Dorset. Thank you. Thank you, you former MLAs, for those who have negotiated Nunavut agreement. It has allowed us to have a large tract of land, the biggest in the world, and it seems to be improving gradually. The maps that we have seen, the markings that we are looking at, federal government are also have selections in this territory. And as we work on land selection process, so I want to ask NTI, what expectations do you have in land selection, land use planning? What better expectations do you have? And it's a lot of work to do what is going on right now. It will be impacting many people. What better land use plan are you looking at? What is the purpose? Why are you suggesting that January 10th be delayed? Thank you, Chair.
Kuyan nami Marie Bello Nunavut Tungavi.
Marie Bello, thank you. I will answer you in English.
A good question, and in our presentation by our president, she indicated that NTI has been an active participant in all of the steps for many years now. In fact, we try to contribute and we put in a lot of work to put in written submissions or contribute to public hearings here. In the submissions, we put a roadmap or suggestions to the Nunavut Planning Commission as best as we can to let them know what would be most agreeable to Nunavut Tungavik. We also work with the regional Inuit associations very closely. And if and when we can, we do produce joint submissions. However, each regional Inuit association have their own specific regional issues and concerns, and they also put in their submissions to the Nunavut Planning Commission. As we've mentioned as well, we're currently working on a lot of other issues. Some of them involve directly governments, in particular on the issue of Inuit impact benefit agreements that was mentioned earlier. These are agreements and arrangements between Nunavut Tungavik, the Inuit organizations, and governments, depending on what the topic is. So we understand that it might not be entirely within the Nunavut Planning Commission's mandate to sort these things out. They're very complex, and although tied into the land use planning process, they also have their own separate processes. So we're doing what we can now to facilitate that process and to assist the Nunavut Planning Commission. I think I think your question, Ulayo, was a bit like quite broad in terms of what Tungavik sees as, what would make for a good land use plan, if I understood correctly. And our main focus has been really tied into the Nunavut Agreement itself and the rights that Inuit have very strongly and negotiated for all of us as Inuit. These are rights that we cannot ignore. We do not want to ignore them. And we want to make sure that those rights are preserved for all of us Inuit as a collective. So those are the areas we're most focused on, and those rights, so to speak, are numerous. They touch upon many different issues, and in Tungavik as a treaty holder, and we want to make sure that all of those are respected in a balanced way on behalf of all Nunavut Inuit. I hope I answered at least a little bit, Ulayu.
Further questions from the public? Appears none. I think we'll take 15-minute break. Thank you. Let's proceed. I will get back to the agenda. Jonathan Savoy for Nunavut Planning Commission will be first to ask questions. And we have 3 signatures from the table.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. I have 2 points I wanted to follow up on based on the additional questions that have been asked here this afternoon. The first one is in response to some of the comments about limitations and restrictions on activities within limited use areas and sort of the unacceptable limits on economic opportunities in these areas, and reference was made to things like roads and fiber optic lines and mineral exploration and development. As part of this hearing, we also heard from the Iqaluit Wildlife Board on the economic value of wildlife harvesting, for example, and they included an estimate of a value of, I believe, $59 million from harvesting as a source of nutritious food. I'm wondering how NTI has, or has NTI considered economic opportunities of land uses that would conform to the land use plan in limited use areas, including both subsistence and commercial harvesting of wildlife, as well as tourism opportunities and things of that nature. Thank you.
I'm not actually sure I understand your question, Jonathan, and in terms of what role it refers to for between NTI and the Planning Commission. I'm really sorry, I don't quite understand the question.
Thank you very much. I was referring to comments that seem to imply that limited use designations would have an undue impact on economic opportunities, and I was wondering how NTI has considered economic opportunities of land uses that would conform to limited use designations, such as wildlife harvesting by community members, commercial fisheries, for example, or tourism activities. Thank you.
Thank you. NTI, thank you.
Right now, Nunavut fishery regulations, which may provide renewable economic opportunities in limited use areas. NTI is working with and consulting with HTOs and WMB, Makivik, and others on the Nunavut fishery regulations. So I think that's one example of a renewable economic opportunity that could be applied to limited use areas. That's just one example.
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, Jonathan Savoy with the Planning Commission. Thank you for your response. I'll switch to a final topic. And following up on some comments that Mr. Johnny Mike had made earlier on the Nunavut Planning Commission and its establishment under the Nunavut Agreement, I'd note that on page 1 of the Nunavut Agreement, it's identified that there are a number of objectives to the Nunavut Agreement, and one of them is to provide for certainty of rights for Inuit to participate in decision-making concerning the use, management, and conservation of land, waters, and resources. So, as we all know, there are a number of institutions of public government established under the agreement that are intended to provide Inuit with a role in decision-making on how lands and waters are used within the territory. And some of the institutions of public government, including the Nunavut Impact Review Board and the Nunavut Water Board, focus their mandate on reviewing project proposals on a case-by-case basis. However, the Nunavut Planning Commission has been established with a broader mandate to look at different scenarios in advance of projects being proposed and prepare land use plans that guide and direct resource use and development in the territory as part of Nunavut's integrated regulatory system. I'm wondering if you're able to comment on the value or benefit of the Nunavut Planning Commission's land use plans to Inuit, and how the role of the Planning Commission positively contributes to the goal of having Inuit participate in decision-making for land and resource management in the territory. Thank you.
Institutions of public governments like the Nunavut Planning Commission, institutions of public governments like the Nunavut Planning Commission play a vital role in allowing Inuit to participate in decision making. Inuit organizations nominate and appoint Inuit members to the commissions, to the other institutions of public governments. For project proposals, renewable or non-renewable, they submit to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission will reach out to affected communities. Depending on where the proposal is coming from, again, renewable or non-renewable, we see much value in that. We understand that the NPC takes very seriously the comments and concerns that Inuit express on a given proposal. So in that sense, NPC plays a very important role in Nunavut's co-management regime. And NTI values the work that NPC does, its commissioners, and the outreach that it does to the communities. I'm not sure if that's the answer or you're looking for.
Thank you very much. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. I thank you for your response, but I'd like to clarify that the Nunavut Planning Commission does not consult with communities on individual project proposals. We do this through our plan development process. This 15-year process we've been undertaking is our way of providing Inuit input into decision-making on how lands and resources are used in the territory, and is a potential way to provide some certainty for Inuit participants and other proponents and regulatory authorities on what the preferred uses of land in the territory are. So I was trying to distinguish between the value of case-by-case, project-specific reviews of project proposals that both the Nunavut Impact Review Board and Nunavut Water Board undertake with this more high-level, proactive planning process that consults broadly and tries to identify a preferred way forward for the territory. So I was wondering if there was any comments on the value Nunavut Tungavik may see in that process, which was, of course, negotiated for as a benefit under the Nunavut Agreement, contrasted with the remainder of the regulatory system. Thank you.
Marie Bello, Nunavut Tungavik.
Marie Bello, Nunavut Tungavik.
I think we're all aware the Nunavut Agreement was negotiated by Inuit, and there were many elements that were negotiated, including creation of certain bodies, as the Nunavut Planning Commission was the creation of the Nunavut Agreement for Inuit to be able to appoint members on commissions, the boards, other institutions of public government. Governments as well appoint members to commissions. And I think as a creation of the Nunavut Agreement and serving a very important role in obviously land use planning, which is the main focus of the Nunavut Planning Commission, it's also important to ensure that the role and the work of the Nunavut Planning Commission infringes the least amount as possible on on certain Inuit rights. So again, I'm not sure I fully understand the question or the value that it's being asked of NTI, if it's a general commentary about the importance of the Nunavut Planning Commission. Obviously, we think it's very important, and we think that it's all the more important for Inuit rights and interests to be fully reflected in the work and the ultimate outcome of this, which will be a Nunavut land use plan. And these aspects are totally already enshrined within the Nunavut Agreement. These relationships are already clearly defined in the Nunavut Agreement, meaning that it's in the Nunavut Agreement that the land use plan has to give special attention to Inuit-owned lands. And as we see right now, there's only one very short paragraph that refers to Inuit-owned lands within the current draft Nunavut land use plan. There's one paragraph in Chapter 1, and that's one of the reasons why this is one aspect that we want to make sure that it's clear to the Planning Commission that there needs to be more consideration for Inuit-owned lands, because that is clearly defined in the Nunavut Agreement. So that's where the various roles intertwine and should be given adequate deference and respect, which I know it's the intention, and that's why it's something that we strongly advocate for on behalf of all Inuit.
Thank you. Thank you, Stan. Jitaluk. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amarok hunters and trappers, elder. The Ningyungan, sorry about that, said the work hasn't been done on Baffin Island related to caribou. We haven't looked at because we haven't seen them, as people were collected from the outside of the community from the beginning in the 1940s, 1950s. The traditional caribou hunting grounds, we did not catch them here. When that had become history, I arrived, and that we don't go too far here, and nor are we taught by the locals where the caribou cross. We aren't given that information by locals. There's a river between here and Pagniktok. Perhaps some of those larger lakes are not reachable from here, but in the summertime, where we might know of crossings, then we would be able to describe them if we had seen them, as we did not catch them in the past. That we have lost that knowledge, but it, I would say, is unfinished work. But there is little opportunity now for us and our descendants today. Our hunters also don't go up that way very much. But the restrictions we are thinking about, as it seems like unfinished work, although we don't know where the caribou cross, as we know of the big lake where there was a mine. The area maybe from people on the land. I wanted to identify that because it's not good to not say anything. I wanted to say that, and I don't know what a restriction that's making us slow down. Me, being myself, I'm going to be happy when we change months, and then we'll have a new year. Those will be considered. We're not thinking about those things. Others will be concerned about them. Tungavik and the Planning Commission and the government that we rely on, that they too will decide and we will listen. But it seems like I'm thinking about the red dots now that were mentioned. Perhaps for hydro purposes, the red areas would be in the way of progress, and other, maybe they're caribou crossings. And I kind of understood about the road when you're saying or categorizing lands. That is why that when you're coming from the sunny side, where the Kablunak run affairs, that we believe that as a hunter. First time I heard about those things, the agreement that when there was caribou here, now, maybe they would have marked something else, that the traditional hunting grounds might be related to caribou and the markings on the map that I've seen. For example, so you'll believe the community from down the bay, from past Pangniktok, hasn't been touched by anybody, but it's been touched by somebody, but maybe it's marked on a map. And the islands have names and places of hunting, where routes are, where we survived in the wintertime. Windy spots are known. Our fathers, our mothers, we left that area. We left our berries. We left our walrus. We left our seal. We left our fish. We left our berries. We left the land. We lost our way of life. The only things we took were the clothes we could take on the plane. That was it. No one's going to know that area now. Like for me, if I pass, that area will not be known anymore. It's just an example. We do not know the caribou crossings because we did not catch them. And we weren't in that area when we were young. So I'm going beyond my discussion points here. I wanted to say something instead of not saying anything. And we also left our bears, and we left our foxes. And the beauty of the land we left, and the cliffs that we like, and the beautiful that we left down there. We just arrived purely as human beings to Pangniktok, not knowing that we were going to survive and that I would get homesick. I'm not an elder back then. It was good. It must have been hard for the elders that had to live in a different community. I just wanted to note this instead of not saying anything. As we have guests here that are here, we have to speak. Once you're gone, we'll be speaking at home. That's how we are. As we know, I'm giving you my thoughts, and I'm thankful that you're here. You that didn't exist before, your parents never saw this, your dad never saw this, they would have never seen you in these clothes. Thank you for looking after us. We want to be consulted. This process we're going through here as an ordinary Inuk. Currently, I'm sitting with various people of different educations, leaving my family and the animals. I'm here with you. And we had a world like that, and we have a different reality today. The traditional knowledge we've lost. We rely on schools in English, and that we are like that, thankful. As a plain old Inuk, we aren't the originals. We're just glad we can breathe too and try and do a bit of work based on the knowledge that we know and that I'm talking about. I know I don't make sense. We're trying to do confusing things here. Thank you.
Lazarosi. Thank you. Lazarosi Suluktak, Hamlet of Pangnektok. I have a question for people at the table. Iqaluit, I was living with you at the time before I was born, and we ran out of caribou seals, and I was born in 1948. We were still not allowed to harvest waterfowl. We see geese, lesser geese. When I began to understood that if I were to shoot these geese and other waterfowls, I would pay a fine of $300. And here, at that time, when we lived in the outpost camp, we were free to do what we want, and the agreement. And I start hearing about this during the negotiations, early negotiations. So when I heard what was going on, and this turned out to be Nunavut agreement as I read it, and people come in, military come in without notifying the communities, and the agreement says communities have to be informed if their surrounding community is occupied by non-Inuit. And that's how it is. When the military came, I wrote to them. And here's the Nunavut agreement because it was there. So I wrote to them. And I gave it to them, and I passed it on, stating what it says in Nunavut agreement. So I briefly mentioned what was going on, and whatever the activities they were carrying on ceased. And it has proven to me that Nunavut agreement works. And when I was young, these agreements were signed, people who understand what the needs were in Nunavut. So I'm happy that NTI are now guiding us as general population in Nunavut. I have been ruled by transients coming into Nunavut, telling me how I should and should not harvest which species, and that is gone. I am now very happy to be living longer because this agreement has done something done for me. Work together. And to the people who are asking for information on land use plan, whatever it may be, but it has to be meaningful. Thank you. It's a general comment, does not require answer. Jaco Isuluktak. And he's the last one on the list. Jaco Isuluktak, Pangnakto Hamlet. I just wanted to make a further comment to my brother here. Thank you. Thank you for frank discussions. And over the past summer, which my brother and I experienced in relations to caribou, and Nunavik delegates said today that there was a huge caribou harvest at one time, and not too far from Iqaluit, we grew up together. And we lived in an area where caribou herd was plenty, and we lived on that. And we used to see caribou at that time. There were huge herds, and their antlers have nothing to compare it with. And when they start coming in closer to the communities migrating north, and the caribou herd we came across dispersed, ran away. And I have no idea where they went. So this summer, my brother and I were being filmed for educational purposes in relations to caribou and how much caribou there was in our vicinity, and these were very big herd, and we were told by our parents to carefully look at what species there are. We learned and we were taught that only thing you throw away from the caribou is the kidney. And during the filming of this documentary, it was the first time we saw this huge, previously a story just there again. We saw this, and when it starts running, migrating to direction of the north, you can tell that it has been walking for a long time. It was kind of tired, and first time too in our area, a caribou of old emerging again. And here we are planning for our future. They will be useful in the future. I just wanted to mention this generally. And we have Paul. Thank you, Chair Paul Kwarsak. City of Iqaluit councillor. I don't think it's a question, just general comment. And I just want to say the planning process have to continue. And it's in place because of Nunavut Agreement Clause. All of us who are here know this. And NPC now have intimate knowledge of how it should progress. There are good organization to make this plan come true. And NTI became an organization, and I was there in its conception and how they should operate. And they were leaders. They did not deter any progress of any organizations. So communities have encouraged this planning process, and I know from myself that Nunavut Land Use Plan will have to be completed. And the NTI, and it's your responsibility to participate fully to its progress. And I've heard this comment from NTI. And is this organization just now working on caribou? Are they turning into wildlife activists? And in Baffin Island, there are organizations, even Kiwitan, Kikaktaluk Wildlife Committee will say that this organization is doing honorable work. Perhaps a last comment. And Nunavut Planning Commission has been in progress pretty much over 20 years. Now, are we going to wait another 20 years? The communities are tired. The project have to proceed. Are you listening to your communities? Are the communities being listened to? Are we following what was negotiated for us? And those of us who say we are here for our population. My comment, Chair.
I
do not really agree with your comment. And when we first thought your comment, you said you mentioned that you don't appear to care as NTI. No, we are not like that. We care for the communities. We are not sort of organization. We are not halting or putting pressure to this process to stop. We know it's in Nunavut Agreement, and our concern is that you proceed and you come up with proper plans. I don't envy your task. Your work is hard, tedious, and many opinions to collect information, but in your heart, your best interest is that you do proper work for Nunavut. You said this progress have been over 20 years. No, we're not going to go for another 20 years. We just doing analysis how it's being structured and how it's being planned. We talk about this to both levels of government. We talk with wildlife organization HTOs. I just want to clarify that your comments are not called for. Thank you. Yes. You check? Thank you, Chair. It's just a general comment. Simigak Sabigak HTO, Cape Dorset. I just want some clarification to two islands that were discussed today, Tujat, Kikaktaluk, and to the people of Nunavik, that we share the land masses together. What does your organization have done so we could understand what the progress is down there? These islands are our land as well. And there was a mention of these islands being populated with caribou, and if in fact it's going to happen. And hearing this, I think we should start negotiating if the population of caribou is going to continue. South Baffin and Nunavik should both be concerned. Clear statements should be made so we can understand what the proposed here. We represent our community in this concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bert Dean with NTI Wildlife and Environment Department. I'm not aware of any discussions that have happened in recent years. Quite a few years ago, there had been meetings back and forth between Nunavik and Nunavut communities, but it's something we can follow up on and communicate with the Kikaktaluk Wildlife Board and the local hunters and trappers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have no more names. I do apologize for overtime. And we have ran little. Okay, we have Ben. I'm just growing old here on my seat, so I thought I'd make a comment. And it's something in the past 3 days, what discussions are, what's going on, what is proposed towards this land use planning process. Some have said the deadline to close this file is January 10. I like to say that it's not all that inconvenient. January 10 or other dates are fine with us. For those of you who are proposing to delay the date, for those of you who are for this date to delay where, why, I have no idea. And we are here today. The meeting is almost over. I have not heard that this request to move January 10 to further it, I have not heard any responses to that. For those of us who are HTO and general public, and we have worked hard to finish our work, and we adhere to the deadline. And for those of you who think that you will not have time, just don't talk about it. Find someone to work with you. Yes. The date that you are requesting, January 10, I'm not for that. If we have to say it's just a date, February 30th, March 30th, but I have to have a very good reason for that. And you are just saying delayed. It's like, and it's like taking a long sleigh ride, and the end is never there. And for those of you who are in authority, what will you say? You as authority, will you say something that it will be delayed, it will be firm? Why are you asking for delay? What areas are you behind? Talk to the governments and to organizations who are able to assist you. Your reason, it's December. Christmas season is just around the corner, I know. You have people who can work on this, push them, make them show results. And why do you want it deferred? What date are you really thinking of? Why do you want extension of a deadline? And it's just a matter of sitting down together, getting to work. And we have heard what the problems were at this proceeding. Tell us a date, give us a reason why you want this date extended. Perhaps Nunavut Planning Commission have their reason for the deadline, and for those of us who are sitting here, 25 of us, have not been told why this date is firm. I have not heard anything, Chair. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to ask. It will be a last question. Will be the last one. From the Hunters and Trappers Association. We talked about caribou on the island. There's a lot of food source there, but for example, Pudjonak had caribou, but we had wet rain and freezing rain. The caribou perished, they starved. This is challenging for caribou when we think about caribou on the islands, that the conditions have to be right, that we don't plant caribou that won't survive. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I don't have any more names currently.
Let's thank Nunavut Tungavik. Alki, closing comments. Just that we will have a chance at the end to speak. Thank you for this opportunity that we will write written responses to the questions. And thank you, the staff at NTI, for being able to answer questions. We miss James Ituluk. He was our wildlife expert at Nunavut Tungavik. And I have not dealt with wildlife issues, so I'm grateful for their support. And thank you to the community representatives in Nunavut and Nunavik that we are here with different views and opinions. As the commission, the commissioners have the hard work of sorting out all this information they're hearing. Thank you for this. Thank you. Thank you. Tomorrow, 9 a.m., we shall proceed again. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Adjourned for the day.